sand, a truth no mind could understand. It tore through thought, it split the sky, and left us changed, but never why. A voice of ash, a world undone, where first contact had just begun. In shattered fields the warning came, we touched the past and lit the flame. A pattern etched in every age.
We turn the key, we set the stage.
On Sunday nights
we gather close.
Mass Effect timelines we hold most. At the edge of tomorrow we stand, tracing fate we don't understand.
Through every star, through every sign, we walk the threads they left behind. And in the dark,
one truth I know,
the end began so long ago.
Alliance ships, move in. Save the Destiny Ascension.
Men, we're picking up reinforcements. It's the Alliance. Thank the gods.
The Council speaks but does not see the weight of cold infinity. A fragile peace, a careful eye, while something ancient waits nearby.
A wandering fleet that roams the night.
A broken world that's learned to fight.
A voice of calm that hides its fear.
A line of steel that draws it clear.
And in the cold, a question wakes. What lives are real, what choice we make. We shape the minds that learn to see. Now they reflect what we might be. On Sunday nights we gather near.
Mass Effect timelines drawn in fear.
At the edge of tomorrow I wait,
Watching time repeat its fate.
through every war, through every lie. We chase the stars, ignored the sky. And in the silence something grows. A truth I fear but always chose.
You stand upon the edge of truth and call it strength and call it proof. You name yourselves the ones who choose, yet walk the path you'll never lose.
We have seen the rise of all your kind, the spark, the war, the grand design. Each fleeting age, each fragile breath, all marching gently into death.
You reach for stars you can't outrun. You light the dark, yet feed the sun. You build, you break, you try, you fall.
We have witnessed it, we have seen it all.
Before your first and final cry,
Before your oceans learn the sky,
we carve the silence into form.
and taught the void how to be born.
You are not early, you are late.
You are not free, you iterate. Each choice you claim has come before a closing cycle. Nothing more,
You call this hope.
we call it delay.
You call this war, we call it decay.
You fight to prove that you exist.
We end the lie.
With what persists, there is no victory, only the turning. On Sunday nights we gather still. Mass Effect timelines bend to will. At the edge of tomorrow we fall. waits for us to do the same.
Alright, well, welcome to our second episode of Mass Effect Timelines. Technically it's our third session though, because we did hold our first one offline. But kind of a recap of what happened last session. Our crew actually finished their mission on Eden Prime, which is awesome. They did uncover a few things that are noteworthy. They found out that Nihlus was murdered near the tram station on Eden Prime by a rogue Spectre known as Saren. They also learned that the colony was also attacked by Geth. They learned that pretty quickly because they were engaged in combat pretty promptly upon getting maybe a couple good steps into Eden Prime. They got into some firefights along the way. They picked up a companion named Ashley Williams, who they saved on the planet, who has recently lost her entire squad, but now she's found home with our new squad on the Normandy. We also had Taylor. She got a little too close to the beacon. Actually, a few people started walking a little too close to that beacon, and it was Taylor who got stuck in its data feed. The Commander Phoenix did attempt to intervene, but ultimately was held back by their other companion, and companions is our term for NPC squad members. He was held back by Caden Alenko. As the data stream ended, Taylor was pretty much rendered unconscious for the most part, because she would waken back up in the medical bay about several hours later, where the Commander Phoenix and the rest of the squad were pretty much waiting with Dr. Chakwas, and Captain Anderson did make his appearance and eventually dismissed the doctor as Taylor came to. Taylor explained what she saw, and the captain basically explained that Eden Prime was more or less a big shit show. And now the squad is going to now have to head to the Citadel to explain this, most likely to the council, who is going to be pretty upset that they lost not just one of their Spectres, but potentially two, because the accusations that are being sent to them through the reports of the Commander, through the Earth's ambassador, who's named Udina, is most likely already going to be in conference with the council as the squad arrives. But before they arrive, they are en route to the Citadel, and well, this is where we're going to start. I'm actually going to give the players an opportunity here to do a few things. So before we jump into the whole in-character, system related stuff, just want to explain something here. So when we're on the Normandy, we're going to treat the Normandy as a long rest period. So you will replenish your HP. Your shields obviously will replenish. They'll actually replenish usually on the field too, as long as you're not in combat. Obviously mark off any heat. So if you had heat marked off on your weapons, make sure to clear those. Heat doesn't carry over. In fact, again, when you're out of combat, heat usually just disappears. It gets vented out of the weapons. So yeah, make sure that you also, if you used any actual powers that used resources for consumption, make sure to clear those off as well. Now, With D&D 5th edition, long rests are typically long rests where you can choose to prepare spells and whatnot. Same thing goes here, but I'm changing it up just a little bit. So they will get their long rests regardless of what actions they choose, but they'll also get 3 additional actions moving forward. They'll have the option to work on a project. Projects will sometimes be 3 or 4 long rest periods worth. Sometimes there'll be 2, sometimes there'll be 1. If a player opts to ignore the long rest bonuses, they'll continue working on the project because maybe they want to push to get it finished, they will not get the benefits of long rest, and they will get the exhaust condition applied to them. However, if they don't choose to push it, they'd still get the long rest bonus, and they'd just be working on their project over the next couple long rests. Awesome. The next option they can choose, they can have a role play session with one of the companion NPCs. This doesn't have to be a one-on-one. So if any 2 players, or maybe all the players, or maybe just 3 players, or just themselves want to have a session with one of the companions that they picked up, they can do that. They get to know a little bit more about the companions. They get to explore their characters a little bit more. But more importantly, they get to start building what we're going to call our reputation with the companions. The companions will have 3 tiers of reputation in both directions. So they can go into the negatives down 3 tiers, or they can go into positives in 3 tiers. And each tier will offer bonuses for their respected path. So if they choose to role play with a crew member, that crew members are ship NPCs, then they can build reputation with like engineer Adams. They can, and if they get his reputation maxed, then maybe he gives them bonuses when the ship is actually like flying through space, avoiding things. Maybe the engines work more efficiently, things like that. Or they can role play with Joker, the pilot, and maybe he becomes a little bit more maneuverable and whatnot. So it gives them bonuses for that types of situations. Or they can choose their companions, which the companions are the ground combat NPCs that they'll most likely interact with 90% of the time. And same thing applies. They'll get bonuses, but it's the commander's job before going on missions to assign one companion to one of his squad mates. Obviously, I'd encourage those companions to be assigned to a random or different individuals each time you go out on a mission. But yeah, that one individual in the party will get bonuses from that companion as long as the reputation of that companion is high. Reputation does work for the whole party. It's just easier to manage that way. But the personalized story information that people get obviously will be individual to that person. So even though, think of the reputation as kind of like an efficiency with the group. They're happier, they're making connections with a party member, thus they're working more effectively for the group. So think of it in those terms. And then the last thing they can do is actually work together. Like they can role play together. And we're going to consider this like what Daggerheart considers it like prep. It would just be a simple role play interaction between a couple players or 2 players or maybe multiple players if they wish to do so. And it has to be a genuine role play interaction. So you have to learn something about those characters, and maybe they're talking about previous missions, what they learned. Maybe they're just talking about their past. But as long as the roleplay interaction is really good, we will give them inspiration that they can use during their next mission. There'll be points that they can use, and then once they're used, they're consumed. So they're more or less roleplay points. So the more you build your character, the more you're probably going to get of these things. And these inspiration points will add a 1d6 to any roll of your choice during an encounter. As the session and campaign goes on, you can most likely use up to 3 of inspiration points at one time. So you'll cap at 3, And if you use all 3, you'll get a 3d6. So if it's a really important roll, it might be worth using those inspiration points. So that's the homebrew element to our Mass Effect homebrew. You'll get the long rests, but we're incorporating some Daggerheart inspired kind of themes to it. So it'll be fun. That all said, you guys are on a long rest now, heading towards the Scepter Nebula, which is home to the Citadel. Captain Anderson has plotted a course with Joker. He is now in his quarters, and you guys are kind of, well, I'll let you guys go one by one, explain where you are, and what you would like to do in a scene. And what I'll do is, I'll just go right in order from how you guys are organized on the stream. So we'll start with Taylor. Taylor, is there anything that you want to do additionally beyond long rest?
Taylor would have, after she was cleared to leave the medical bay, she would have actually went back to engineering and basically spent her probably remainder of her time there, kind of getting back into what she, is typically used to, and checking on the ship systems. That's what she would have been doing.
And would you like to potentially engage engineering Adams?
Yeah, that'd be fine. I'm sure she would have probably engaged with him.
All right, I got that marked down for you. And now we'll go to Commander Phoenix. What would you be doing on your trip back to the Citadel?
Phoenix would probably be kind of making his way around the ship, checking in on the crew from the shore mission, just to kind of get like a general almost debrief from everybody and see how things went. It being obviously the first one as a crew and things not going to plan, he's gonna be kind of looking for feedback and just as a basis to check in on the crew and go from there.
Okay. Is there anyone specific on the crew that you would probably focus a little more attention on?
He'd probably go with Caden Alenko first, being one of the more senior guys on the crew and one that he's got a better rapport with for being Alliance soldiers beforehand, and he probably would be a little less wary of, or more wary about doing that kind of a conversation with frankly some of the alien species, just because he doesn't know them quite well yet. But he'll start with Caden.
So we'll say that you probably have talks with, like, passing by with crew members, but you eventually fall upon Caden. So we'll have a scene with you and Caden in this whole long rest period. And then what about you, Aiden?
He's gonna take out this box-looking thing and then magnetize it to the wall and the floor. And he opens up his armor smithing tool and starts gathering things from his Omni tool, and then working with the other armor smithing tools. He's going to start trying to build Hyper Guardian armor, piece by piece.
Is that actually like an item in the inventory?
Correct. I've got the helmet already. I just need the other pieces for the set.
Do you know how much that costs?
Not offhand, but I can look. A
Uh,
lot. I know that.
yeah, if it costs a lot, it might require a lot of time. So
Yep, just starting to start.
to get that price from me, then I'll tell you the project length. So I guess you'll be working on a project for the potential foreseeable future.
Yep, pretty much.
What was the armor called?
Hyper Guardian. The greaves, well, everything pretty much is 54k, and then the chest piece is 69.7.
So the legs and the helmet are 54.
Yeah, each.
Helmet, legs, and arms, right, are all 54.
No, I have the helmet. It's only 12.7.
Just the legs and arms are 54.
Yeah, greaves and gauntlets.
And the chest you said was 64?
69.7.
Now that'll be more than a single long rest. That's going to be probably quite a few. I will get you the exact number here. I have to do some math there.
I'll be working on the chest piece because it'll be the most expensive.
Okay. I will say that there may be components that you can throw money at that might make the process a little shorter if you have pre-built components you can buy. Otherwise, it's probably going to be, I will say probably 7 long rests for just the chest piece.
No problem.
Comes to about 9 or 8k pretty much a day. All right, and then what about you, Kayasi?
I just had it and I just lost it. Oh, yes, she's going to be in the, I don't know, in the lounge area with her mantis, dismantling it and cleaning it, rechecking the sights because she wasn't too keen on the performance she had with it. And if now I can't remember her name. If the other NPC, the female NPC, happens to walk past, should just look up and maybe engage her in a conversation. Ashley, that's who it was. Yes, please.
Okay. And then what about you, Yalira?
Yalira would stay in the medical bay. I think she was at the end of the last session watching the doctor patch up the Haley's suit, and I think someone else was also getting some treatment. Anyway, she would stay and talk to Dr. Chakwas, try to understand more about like human biology and what injuries they often sustain and how they're fixed.
Okay, cool. So we have our breakdown. We're going to have I don't know, I typed Yaliri. Well, I don't know why I typed that for you, Taylor. I put a Y instead of a T. But you're going to be talking to Chief Engineer Adams. Phoenix will be talking primarily with Caden. Aiden is going to start a very complex project to at least first create just a chess piece that's going to probably require him to do some schematic research and things like that. And what I will say at the end of your project, Aiden, it will most likely cost you about half the price of that chess piece would normally cost you, because you'd still need to get components and stuff in order to make that. If you don't happen to acquire that funds at that time, we can certainly figure a way for you to get those funds. We'll say that you probably are on loan for those parts, and that loan will probably hang over your head for a bit if you don't happen to get those funds by then. Which I'm sure you will. I mean, you guys got quite a bit of money. Yeah, well,
am I going to a shark next?
there are a lot of shady organizations out there that have no problems lending Alliance members money.
I'll just borrow it from the division.
There's even shady people in the Alliance. That's great. We'll do
Talk
that.
about our commander like that.
Yeah, friggin' Shockwave's one of them.
Then
I'm a
we'll
procurement officer. I procure things.
do have a procurement officer on board, actually, a real one. So you'll be able to work with him too a little bit.
A real one, he says.
Mine was a drug reference.
Oh, well, he's a arms and equipment procurement officer.
Literally hands you an arm.
Kayasi will talk to Ashley Williams, and Lyra will talk to Dr. Chakwas. Perfect. So we'll start with Taylor and the chief engineer Adams. So we are now on the engineering deck of the Normandy. Taylor, is there anything specific that you're working on in the engineering bay?
Taylor's just looking over some of the monitors, looking over the systems, different systems, seeing they're stabilized, if there's any power anomalies that she needs to kind of look over or adjust. She's kind of very much kind of digging back into work mode.
All right, and then the chief engineer is obviously doesn't seem to ever leave his terminal, which is kind of strange. Does this guy ever sleep? Because every time you're in the engineering bay, he seems to always be there. And you guys are both stationed before the stealth drive. It's humming. It's not activated, but it's also the same space where you can hear like the hum of the engines as they're powering through, as they go through FTL, as they most likely already hit a conduit and have already started making the drive to the Serpent Nebula. And Chief Engineer Adams looks over to you casually and goes, so Taylor, I heard a rumor that you're seeing things. Is everything okay? I hope you're doing well. What exactly happened on Eden Prime? I'm very curious. The commander hasn't come down here yet to brief us on it.
Seeing things? I see the stealth core is working as it should. And I also looked over the power core system. The power distribution grid is strong. No issues there. I see these things. Yes, I am fine.
You could trust me, Taylor. I'm not going to judge you. We all, through a long career, illustrious careers that we all have here in the Alliance, we certainly have our share of stories of experiencing things that aren't necessarily real. That's why I love working in the engines, because it's all science, it's all factual. But the people in the field, they tend to see things once in a while.
Yes, see things. I don't know. I saw a lot and nothing, if that makes sense. I saw destruction and death, and yet I am here. We are here. Ship is working. Crew is here. No one is in harm. Yes. I'm not sure what I saw. I'm just focusing on systems.
That sounds like a heavy drink or two could potentially remedy that. Curious though, talk about drinks. I hate to ask this, and I know this might be sensitive, but how do you drink in that suit of yours, or even eat?
Taylor kind of looks over to the engineer and kind of looks back at terminal, and she says, I have input mechanism, and she kind of shifts to her helmet and then down below her neckline. I can drink, I can eat. It's perfectly normal for Quarian. And she just kind of looks at him. You ask me, you want to have a drink?
Yeah, I could. We do have a little stash tucked away in the crew quarters. Some of the crew on board suspect that you have some sort of induction port in your helmet. I can fasten a straw maybe to kind of help you out there if you want to have a hard one with me.
Yes, induction port. I'm familiar with this, and that's what and she just kind of looks back to the screen. She says, I should focus on work now. But drink later. Drink an idea for later, maybe.
Yeah, we have this Taurian drink on board that I've been dying to try it. I had a chance to talk to Nihlus before the mission, and he told me it's quite strong. I'm wondering which one of us is going to pass out first after trying it.
I could not guess. I do not know how your system interacts with such strength in liquid. I only know that it could complicate mine.
Well, if anything happens to after a few drinks, I'll make sure that we tuck you into bed there, kiddo. Also, how's the manifolds doing?
Manifolds are showing regular status at the moment.
Good. Well, I'll make sure the manifolds continue to operate well in your absence there, Taylor. I heard that you're going to the Citadel. It will be your first time in the Citadel?
I haven't been once before. Been some time though. I am not as familiar as perhaps you are.
Believe it or not, I've only seen the Citadel from the viewports. I've actually never been on the Citadel myself. This is the first time the ship actually has had its maiden voyage. I've been on other ships, of course, in the past, but every time we've docked, I'm going to be honest, he looks at the engineer room. I just can't tear myself away from this place.
It's something I understand. You have a beautiful ship here. Very organized, very structured, down to your powder grid and your reactor core. Stealth systems are very intriguing as well. I could see many reasons to stay on ship.
Well, I was married before, and I'll tell you, being married to this engineer room, a lot easier. I don't expect I'll be getting a divorce anytime soon from this thing.
Yes, I am sure it is a good relationship. I too miss my own mothership, the Selva. I hope to return once my pilgrimage gets completed.
Oh, maybe I'll get the chance one day to see the migrant fleet. I've heard a lot. I'm very interested to know more about the migrant fleet when we have time, of course. The fact that your people live on ships. I mean, don't tell anyone this, but that's the dream right there. Just never leaving.
Yes, it might be a dream for many, though. It presents its own difficulties. And she just kind of stops and then looks back at the panel, looking over everything. Systems remain stable. Perhaps I shall return shortly. I need to go to my quarters briefly. I need to check suit, re-examine patch. She points to the patch that was made in the med bay. Must ensure quality upkeep of suit. You understand?
Yeah, of course. You might have to go to the medical bay, though. I don't know if you've been on the ship, well, beyond the engineering bay, but we only have sleeping pods. Unless you're the captain, there's not really a lot of, like, privacy, if you know what I mean.
Yes. I've heard of a lounge. I shall go there.
Oh, yeah, that's a great place. I heard the Sari might be up there. You hear a lot when you're in the engineering bay, by the way.
Saren. Oh, yes. I believe it was Kiasi.
Yeah, don't know much about her.
Don't know much about her. I see, she shoots. She shoots gun. She makes some shots. Just nods.
I'm glad she's on our side then. Well, I should get back to looking over the heat sinks. Probably won't take me a few moments, but go tend to your patch. Make sure there's no leaks. I would hate to have an infection run its course on you there, Taylor.
Yes, infection would, be detrimental to my well-being. And then she turns and she heads off toward the lounge.
Awesome. And that's when we'll move the scene over to Commander Phoenix and Caden. Oddly enough, Phoenix is actually in the lounge. He's not probably too far from Kayasi, but he's off to the side with Caden, who is currently working on a crew dossier, kind of updating the files, especially with the last mission. He's kind of updating mission parameters, making sure that they're logged appropriately to the people who were involved. He's also organizing the individual information that he obtained from those involved in the mission, but as well as the crew on board. And he goes, Commander Phoenix, or is it Deckard? Yeah, Deckard. How can I help you today?
How you holding up after that mission?
Well, you want the honest truth, or do you want the professional opinion?
Hit me with it.
Well, the honest. Well, let's start with the professional opinion there, sir. Just because I have to log that in the report, and then I'll give you the off-the-records opinion. But the official opinion is, I think we did well. I think once we made landfall, we handled it as best as I think we could have, considering we knew very little of what we were going into. The fact that the Geth were on the planet, having run across Ashley Williams, having come across the beacon, and the discovery of Nihlus and Saren, I think that's going to pose a complication for each of us. I'm sure the council's going to want to know the in and outs of our involvement in that, and I wouldn't be surprised if they even tried pinning the failure of that part of the mission on us as well. Now, the off-a-record opinion is, sir, I think we're going to have an awkward situation when we're presented in front of the council. I think if we do present ourselves in front of the council, I think we should escort you, but I think you and the lieutenant commander should probably do most of the speaking on behalf of us. I think the less voices being echoed with the council, probably the better.
Yeah, I agree. I'm pretty sure the council's going to throw us under the bus on this. Any chance they get to kick humans while we're down.
Well, not only do we have a Spectre die, but now we have to most likely prove that this Saren rogue Spectre is the culprit. I just got a feeling that they're not going to want to hear about their golden boy potentially going rogue. I think that's going to be a very tough discussion to be had.
We'll give them the facts. It's all we can do. What they make of it's up to them. Stay close to Williams to make sure she gets accustomed to the crew and the ship.
Of course, sir. And may I ask you a personal question?
Kind of pauses and looks at him. Yeah, go ahead.
What's your thoughts on the aliens on board? I mean, I don't have any issues with them myself, but don't you think it's a little irregular that we have so many of them on board an Alliance vessel like this?
Yeah, I do. But it's not my job to question it right now. Personally, I'd probably be better off with more of us from the Alliance here, but like I said, it's above our pay grade. Maybe we can bring it up to the counselor.
Yeah, I just hate the feeling that we're being watched by the council even now. You know what I mean? He looks over towards where Kayasya is, and then he looks towards the medical bay where Yalira would be, and he just looks back to you and goes, it just feels like the council has their eyes on us, and they're not even here.
I agree.
Is there anything that you'd like me to help you with regarding the crew, though, while you make your rounds, sir?
Keep me posted on everybody. If you see anything out of the ordinary or something that anybody might not be comfortable bringing up and be easier talking to you about, make sure you let me know.
Of course, sir. I'll get back to these reports and I'll see if I can make heads and tails of some of this information and see if I can present it to you and the Lieutenant Commander before we arrive at the Citadel, to see if I can at least help you guys come up with some way to communicate this where we don't sound insane. And he goes, looks at the notes about the beacon, and he just goes, I don't even know what you're going to tell the council about this.
Just state the facts, Delenko. That'll be enough for me. Whether they accept it or not, like I said, we can't control that, but we're not going to sugarcoat anything about the mission.
Roger that. Well, it's always nice talking to you, Commander. If you ever just need someone to talk to other than outside of professional, I'm always here. We're stocked with some pretty good drinks, from what I understand. Captain Anderson doesn't cheap on his crew. At least that's what most of us appreciate about the captain.
Yep. I'll probably take a drink maybe a little bit later. We'll see how this council thing goes first. I might need one then.
Sir, I think we're all going to need one after that. And then he just goes back to, he's got more of a console in front of him rather than like just the data pad. He works off the data pad. It is connected to the console. He's kind of doing both. He's looking at the console screen, then looking at the data pad and inputting things, maybe extracting a few. And he goes, well, I got my work cut out ahead of me. I don't know much about these this Tali or Kayasi or Yalira, but I'll do my best to disseminate the information I do know, and I'll get it into our systems. If there's anything else you need, sir, just let me know.
Phoenix will just nod to him and then make his way out of the lounge area.
Perfect. And then Aiden, you will be working on your project, the chess piece for the Hyper Guardian set. You understand it's going to be a lengthy process, and you're probably also rattling in your head like, okay, how am I going to get these funds, to get these pieces, to get this project to its finish line? So that's part of the length period, is all of that consumption. Is there any I don't know, IC related thing you want to do before I move the scene? Because I know projects can be kind of one dimensional as far as that's what you're doing.
Nope, I'm good.
Right. And then we'll go to Kayasi, which is literally, so Kayasi, you watch the commander now just walking away, and you see Linko kind of going back to the personnel files, and Ashley actually just gets off the elevator and heads into the crew deck. She goes to one of the cabinets, grabs a glass, grabs some, it's a weird looking wine bottle shape, but when she pours it out, it does not look like wine. It looks more like a hard tequila or some sort of ale. It's very clear though, so it's very hard to tell if it's vodka even. But you know it's alcohol from the container. And then she walks back to the table. She sits probably 3 or 4 chairs away from you, and she looks up at you for a moment, and she goes, so what brings you on board the Normandy?
Well, Kayasi will take whatever she has in her hand right at the moment. I think it's the barrel of her gun. And she puts it across her lap. She just turns her head slowly towards Ashley. And she'll say, well, if you want to know the truth, I'm not fully sure, other than the fact that the council asked that I be on the ship as part of the crew, but also as an observer.
What are you observing? If I can ask, of course. And she, you see her casually just take a sip of the drink, and then she lets this little kind of reaction from it. And she's like, oh, damn, that's heavy. She puts the glass down for a second. She looks back at you. Her eyes are probably a little more wide and a little more focused.
Kayasi just lets out a chortle at first, and then she'll look, just strong stuff, huh? Well, observing and learning. I don't know if you know much about my people, but I'm here to learn about humans, about many things. And I'm also a sharpshooter, so they apparently felt the need of a sharpshooter on the crew.
Oh, all right. Yeah, I mean, I'm obviously a soldier myself. My father used to say, and sorry, this is gonna sound so corny, but he'd say half a league onward, All the Valley of Death rode the 600. Forward, the Light Brigade. Charge for the guns, he said. Into the Valley of Death rode the 600. My father was big on Tennyson. I feel like that fits. I feel like that fits what you and I do in our line of work. I'm always finding myself in the middle of things. Unfortunately, well, I'm not going to go into too many personal details about myself yet, but let's just say I always get shipped off into far away from where potentially real action is, and today I found myself amongst that sea of hell. And I was surprised to see you all there. I can't believe what my distress call got out. What were you doing on Eden Prime? Like, why were you even in the sector?
Well, I'm sure you were debriefed, or at least informed later, that we were assigned there because we got, as you said, we got the distress beacon, and then there was information about that contraption that was destroyed.
Oh, the
We were
beacon?
there. Whoops. The beacon, yes. We were there to try to take the beacon if possible, but also to preserve those that we could. It was definitely more than expected.
I mean, no offense, ma'am, but I'm surprised that you would care about human lives.
Cassie kind of looks over at her. Sorry, dogs.
Where?
She looks over at her, gives her a wry smile. She said, I'm here to do what I'm commanded to do at this point as one of the soldiers on this crew. So whether I consider human life valuable or not, that's for me to decide, but not for me to take action against.
Actually gives her own smile. So I suppose that's one thing I can agree with. Suppose you'll never know whether or not I care about whether your people live or not. I'm just more invested in the Alliance interests. You know, we have to look out for ourselves here. No offense, of course. It's just the council races never really gave us much of a look until recently, so doesn't surprise me with your answer, to be honest.
I honestly don't have that much experience with humans. I've only had, or many races, to tell you the truth. I grew up on my home planet, and I'm fresh out of the academies. So I'm lost my thought.
Sorry that forgot. Interesting. That'll definitely have to go in my notes. She chuckles and takes another sip of her drink. And she goes, well, I'll tell you what. Commander Decker told me that I need to go and save a squad of Asari commandos. I will certainly do it. Whether I want to or not, I guess you'll have to determine that. But orders are orders. So that I agree with you. 100%, ma'am.
But at least we have a common ground.
Yes, we do. You weren't there for first contact. My family's been through the ringer, and well, my family watches out for human interests because someone's got to, you know?
Exactly.
She just smiles at you, kind of appreciating how agreeable you are with her in the moment. And she raises her glass and goes, well, to both our people, I suppose, in their respective ways.
To the crew and squad. She'll bow her head, lift her hand, even though it has no drink in it. And then she'll lift up the gun barrel again and continue cleaning it out with, cleaning it out at the moment, wiping down the barrel on the outside as well, making sure it's nice and clean and
And Ash will just go back to enjoying what's left of her drinking in peace. And when she finishes, she probably just sits back and closes her eyes for a moment, because there's a momentary peace here, of course, on this trip. So, and we'll go to the last scenario with Yalira. She's in the medical bay. You can kind of, before I panned over, you could probably see her silhouette through the window next to the doctor's desk. For you, Yalira, Dr. Chakwas is sitting at her desk. You're probably standing off just to the side. She's got her little data pad and she's got some notes spread out. She's got nice little books organized along the back portion of her desk, all neatly in order. There's binders and things like that, even little like crew manifests that she's probably written about. And she goes, so what was your question there, Yalira? I forgot as I was running through these checks on our last patient. Do you mind reminding me what it was?
Yes. Humans. Biology. I wish to learn more of functioning and physiology. Studied Solarian and Asari and Turian, but humans less so. When in a combat situation, injuries can occur, and best to know if and when how to temporarily fix to allow all crew to continue forward.
Well, Medigel works on humans just as well as it works on Solarians, Asari, Quarians, Krogan, you name it. Medigel can fix most things, at least in a pinch. If there's any major injuries, I will say the human redundant system is nowhere near the redundant systems that a Krogan has. I mean, you could throw a firing squad at a Krogan and somehow when the dust clears, that Krogan's crawling back to the shuttle, but a human, you know, they would just fall. Just very similar to Solarians and as far as like durability. I would say, having examined Solarian physiology a little bit myself in my studies recently, and I would say that human durability might impress you a bit. Not saying that Solarians' physiology isn't impressive in itself, but humans tend to have a little bit more durability than your species. They're very akin to the same physicalities as the Asari, minus some of the mental acuity that they demonstrate. Of course, there's other species too, but I'm going off a tangent here. As far as humanity is concerned, yeah, as long as you apply Medigel while you're on the field, that should keep them going. That should keep them moving forward until you can get them to a proper facility like this, or another facility where more extensive injuries can be treated with proper medical attention. That could include anything from full-on surgeries to maybe complex sutures. for example, the Arcorian friend, her suit got breached. Obviously, there's not much we can do about the infection except for providing antibodies to her, so we would just have to mend up her suit. Obviously, if there's an injury beyond the suit, we would most likely have to confine her in some sort of container that would provide a sterile environment for her, and we would have to probably proceed with a very difficult surgery. So I hope your Quarian friend remains out of danger, extensive danger, because that does not sound like a cheap operation. But yeah, humans aren't terribly different from Solarians. You do have a couple more unique characteristics to your species that humans don't have. I believe you guys have an extra lung. I think you have 3 lungs, where humans only have, what's necessary. And but there's not a lot of difference. I would say focus on the metagel. Acquiring the metagel would probably help your accompaniment great. I could probably even supply you with at least a couple doses of metagel if you'd like to bring that with you. If you are interested in caring for your squad mates.
Appreciated. Medigel is very useful. Lungs, 3 is necessary. Why would you think less?
Well, not all species have the same amount of organs. It's all based on evolutionary tracks. Assuming your evolution required you to have the 3 lungs, and just like Krogan have a very complex internal system. They've got multiple organs that some of them are even compounding my own research on what their functions and suitabilities are. But evolutionary tracks definitely give, I think, the redundancies probably more purpose than what I'm qualified to comment on. For humanity, we grew up on a very basic M-class world. Probably not basic for everyone, but it's a beautiful world. There's not harsh environments, so we evolved from a very primate type of species, whereas you kind of evolved from don't take offense to this, but more of a amphibian tadpole kind of species. You evolved differently than we did.
Why would that offend?
You'd be surprised how many people I have offended with actual facts. It's more common than you think.
Very unfortunate facts. More important than feelings. But your M-class planet has much water. Why can't you breathe water?
Well, have you ever tried breathing space? She looks out the little porthole. You can't do it. So
space is different. Space is not part of the world. It is outside the world. Water is on your world.
True, but it's very similar to us. If we stay underwater too long, we can only hold our lungs for so long, and then we need air. And water does not provide enough oxygen for us. It's a compound element that creates the water, and thus makes it very difficult for us to utilize it in that means. We don't have the functionality for that. So we would drown and perish rather painfully, I may add.
Unfortunate. Would be best if your species could also breathe water. Less likely to drown.
That is a true fact. Very interesting perspective that you have there, Yelira. I always found your species very enlightening. Some are very quick to speak. Some aren't as precise as you are with your communications. I've met Solarian merchants who would put some Volus to shame with their bartering skills. And then I've seen some that took to crime, just like any other species. And it's very interesting to see how our upbringings evolve. Even people from different walks of species and walks of life on different worlds, very similar fashion than it does my own species.
Indeed. I talk slower because of the humans here. It is better for communication.
Oh, well, don't underestimate all of them. Some of them, I don't know if you've ever visited Earth, but there are parts of the North American continent where people talk really fast. And then there's parts of the North American continent where they talk really slow. And that's the same with most of the continents on our world. There's always regions where they talk a lot faster. And then there's regions where they talk mediocrely slow. And then we've got so many different languages as well in our world. It's a very diverse ecosystem. I think you would find it very fascinating if you hadn't visited already to visit it yourself.
Indeed. Visiting would teach me much. Speed is varied to the average of humans, so as not to talk too fast or too slow. Also, humans come in many sizes.
Oh, yes, you must be talking about our Lieutenant Commander. He is quite small, is he not?
Yes. Is that normal?
Well, again, genetics has a lot to do with it, and it depends on his own historical path on where his genetics come from. We do have varying sizes and different classifications for people of those various sizes, but no, most men, depending on the region, average a certain height, depending on what region they're from. So there's usually an average height for gentlemen, for sure, and women alike.
Gentlemen? Gentlemen are more gentle?
That's just my nice way of saying men. It's like women are usually referred to as ladies, even though some of us do not like being referred to as ladies. I feel like I do quite a bit of work here on this ship.
I see. Gentleman, nice man. Lady, nice woman.
She gives you that look like, just remember the tone and inflection when someone says those things. Sometimes it's endearing, and then sometimes it's sarcastic. And if it comes across sarcastically, they don't mean it in that nice way. Like, you could say, oh yeah, that lady's really something else. That would probably indicate that the lady's not so nice.
I see. Yes. Words aren't always what they seem.
Exactly. I wish more people would appreciate the subtleties of language, but that is not my expertise. I like working on ships. I like working with my crew. I don't care what species people are. If you're injured, I am here to help you and take care of you. It is the oaths that I took to make sure that everyone that visits my medical bay walks out of my medical bay. But on a personal level, I have no qualms with anybody of any species either. I find them all fascinating, very enriching, to be honest.
Indeed. Your time is appreciated. And Yelira is looking at the books behind the doctor while she's talking and scanning for something that has the word anatomy in it, or something very big that she could get her hands on.
There is an anatomy book on there, but it's not of human anatomy because she is Doctor of Earth, so she probably knows that very well. You see that it's specific to council races. It doesn't say like council anatomy, but it has like the traditional symbols of each of the council races on the binding sleeve before the word anatomy, indicating that it might be more focused on like Solarian, Taurian, and Asari physiology.
Okay, she would skip over that one and try to find something that was specific to like human disease or human infection.
Go ahead and do a investigation roll for me.
Okay, I have to get the 1d4 with my investigation, so I'll roll that after. Nine.
9. All right. With a 9, I'll say that you don't see anything that stands out, but Dr. Chakwas does see that you're kind of like not engaging her directly at the moment. She just notices that you're definitely looking over her head towards the books. And she goes, is there anything specifically you're looking for there, Illyra?
More information about humans. Diseases, anatomy, infections, the important biology principles that go into a species.
Well, I certainly can forward you some information to your inbox if you'd like. Or the next time one of our crew members or maybe one of the operatives on board that gets injured, I can certainly have you sit in on it. As long as the patient's okay with it, of course. Well, I suppose as long as they're conscious and can agree to it, that would be suitable to you?
Yes, both. Very suitable.
I'll just tell the crew member or the operative that it's a interspecies studying observation of medical practice. And hopefully that's enough to convince the individual that it's okay that you observe.
Yes, accurate assessment.
Wonderful. And I do just have one question for you before I get back to work.
Yes.
I'm not much of a politician. I wouldn't even say I'm much of a soldier. I've been around soldiers my whole life, and living on board ships is my preferable option when serving the Alliance. With that said, and that understanding, I am curious as to how you found your way on board a human ship. More so, the why. Not that I'm offended with your presence, but it is curious that we have a Solarian, an Asari, and a Quarian on board. Even though the Quarian, that one makes more sense to me because of the circumstances around Captain Anderson. But you and the Asari, that's more of an interest and curiosity for me.
Simple. 2 parts. Special task group assignment. I have knowledge and expertise to benefit. 2. Council and Solarian observation. Important for us to understand new human representatives.
When you say representatives, do you mean our commander, lieutenant commander, and captain, or just our crew as a whole?
You are all human representatives.
That's true. Can't be any less human. That's for certain.
Indeed. 100% human.
Can't get any higher. She laughs.
True. Mathematically impossible.
Well, I would welcome your future discussions, Yalira. I do have some reports I do need to file, especially on the condition of the Quarian. I have a feeling she might be stopping by soon because the sutures I did on her suit probably aren't. Well, let's just say I'm learning too.
Yes, fragile Quarian. Hope she is well.
Oh, she'll be fine. Quarians are tougher than they look. At least from the 2 Quarians I've met.
True. Quarians are tough in suits.
She chuckles. She's like, well, I would encourage you to get to know maybe the commander, lieutenant commander a little bit more, and perhaps talk with the Quarian Talia a little. I plan on doing so, especially with the Quarian. I'm very curious to know about her pilgrimage. It's a very fascinating ritual that they do on their ship. Or, sorry, their migrant fleet.
Yes, I have interest, however, must focus on my objectives.
Well, word of advice before you leave. All work and no play will not help you learn more than you probably want to. So take your time. Find moments that don't complicate your objective, but take the moments you can to learn what you're allowed to. Get to know these people. You might find that there's more to life than orders. There's more to life than just following a string of sequences set out for you by a command staff.
Of course, most important is knowledge. If play leads us to more knowledge, then it is most appropriate.
She goes, I don't take offense to this, but I need to learn more about you Solarians. That's a very interesting perspective of play needing an objective.
You said all work and no play, so if there is play, more knowledge, yes?
Yes. Sometimes the objective, though, isn't as clear as an assignment actually would provide you. It's more abstract.
Of course, there is much that is not said.
Exactly. She looks at her data pad, looks at you, looks back at her data pad. She's like, so is there anything else that I can help you with today, Yalira?
No, your time has been helpful.
Well, I appreciate that, and I hope you have a good day, and good luck with the council. I heard that's a general summons for all of you to meet at the Earth Embassy. I don't know if you've all been debriefed on that or not yet, but hey, you're getting a heads up.
Appreciated.
She goes right back to working on her data pad, filling out her reports about Taylor.
Yalira would just kind of stand and stare at her for an awkwardly long time before leaving.
And it was a very awkward long time because Dr. Chakwas would look over her shoulder occasionally and not say anything for go back to work. And as you guys all kind of settle into your discussions and maybe moving around the ship finally, Joker goes over the intercom, goes, land party from Eden Prime. Captain Anderson would like to see all of you in the communications room. He'd like to have a briefing before you all arrive on the Citadel. Joker out.
Cass, you would work quickly, deftly to reassemble her sniper rifle before locking it in her footlocker and heading to the meeting point.
Phoenix will head there right away.
Yulia is also heading the same way, but she's kind of staring at the people around her as she goes.
Haley would divert her objective of going to the lounge and then instead go to where they were meeting.
Aiden, you're joining them?
He said yes.
Okay, great. Yeah, as you guys get to the communications room, it's you've been in here obviously, especially Commander and Lieutenant Commander. They've both been in here fairly recently. Captain Anderson is standing in the center of the room. There are chairs that circle the room, and you already see Caden and Ashley. They kind of are sitting now in chairs, on the outskirts of the circle, and the captain kind of watches as you're all filing in. He starts moving towards the front so you all can observe him better, and he waits for all of you just to kind of take a seat and get comfortable. Ashley definitely looks towards Kayasi as she enters, giving her kind of like this examined look, and Caden, he has data pad in his hand and he's just kind of going still over some work while waiting for this meeting to start. Captain Anderson would go, okay, well, if you would all just take a seat, I'll make this brief, so that way you all can get prepared before we enter the system. Joker informed me that we should be there within the next 5 or 10 minutes, and I just want to make sure I touch base with you all before you meet Ambassador Dina.
Walking in, Kayasi will look around, hear what Captain Anderson wants, and she'll select a seat, probably skip a seat between her and Ashley, and she'll take a chair, but she sits on the edge of it. She doesn't sit on the front. She puts her elbows on her knees, leaning forward, prepared to listen.
Yep, Phoenix will sit and listen carefully to Captain Anderson.
Aiden locks himself at the very back of the room, right dead center, ready for brief.
Yulia also sits, but towards the back. Not sure exactly how many chairs there were, and just kind of sits straight, tall, and stares at Captain Anderson.
And Taylor would stand. She would stand to the side, also in the back.
Well, I'm not sure how many of you have actually visited the Citadel before. I'm assuming most, if not all of you, have at least been there at least once within your lifetimes. It is a very unique place, very diverse ecosystem. Very politically driven. He looks towards, obviously, the two humans in the chip room, the Commander and Lieutenant Commander. And he goes, and for us, from the Alliance, we are certainly the newcomers to the Citadel. When we land, we'll promptly make our way to the Earth Embassy. From there, we'll meet with Counselor Dina. He will debrief us on what the council has communicated with him. I suspect that we're going to have to present your findings on Eden Prime to the council. and hopefully they'll have reason to believe us. Commander, they certainly will not want to hear from me. I wasn't on the ground. They'll probably get my report after you speak with them, but I would like you to choose someone here to stand with you while you're briefing the council on the information that we get after we meet with the ambassador. Normally I would say choose the lieutenant commander, but the choice is ultimately yours, especially if you feel bipartisan support might aid you better in your dissemination of the information. He does look to Taylor and then looks back to you. He's like, and I'm also suggesting this because one of your crew members that isn't necessarily a part of the Alliance did have these visions, so it may help to have that first-hand account present with you.
I think it'd be best if I bring both Lieutenant Commander and Taylor. Lieutenant Commander, because this was a Alliance mission. We were both part of it and being evaluated, and obviously Corian because she was the one that interacted with the Prothean beacon.
All right, that's sound advice. So we'll let you three speak on behalf. I'm going to have Lyra and Kayasi accompany you, but I will wait for... they'll wait with me as you three head onto the platform when we do enter the council chambers. So when you're speaking with the council, they'll be uninterrupted by the rest of us. Unless the ambassador wishes me to step forward with you all, I will do so then, but we'll determine that when we do arrive at the Earth Embassy. Do you have any questions, any of you, regarding anything that you've seen? Is there anything that you guys need to straighten up information-wise amongst yourself? Now would be the time to do that. You definitely want to get your stories straight. The report is set, but it's always helpful to get information disseminated, broken down in a way that you all can communicate it agreeably. Is there any clarification, especially with the three of you that, well, the two of you that the commander mentioned? Is there anything that you guys need to clarify before you head up to meet with Ambassador Udina or the council?
I'll look to the other two just to see if they have anything. And I'll look at Captain Anderson and also ask him. I've never dealt with the council before. Is there anything you could tell me that might help me out in there?
They are each unique, but their voices have a chorus to them. You'll have the doubter. You'll have one that's logic-based, and then you'll have one that thinks in terms of, I would say, more empathetic. But not necessarily empathetic to the individual plights, but to the whole. The Turian council member, he'll definitely be the one that has the biggest doubts. The Asari, she'll be the empathetic one, but she'll look at the larger picture. Looking at the small picture is going to be quite difficult for her. And the Solarian council members, what I've interacted with him, he is all about the facts and whether things can be proved or not proved.
Understood, Captain. I'll then look over at Taylor and kind of give her a bit of a questioning look. You feeling well enough to be up for this?
Taylor looks to Phoenix and then to Captain Anderson and just nods her head. I will recount what I can recall.
Feeling you're going to be of particular interest with them based on your visions or dreams or whatever it was.
Yes. I will share what I can recall. It's not as much as one might think.
That will have to do, Taylor. Commander, just do your best. That's all we can ask of you in this situation. There's a lot of what ifs that happened on that mission, and obviously the proof's going to be a little hard for us to showcase. So just be truthful, be honest, and we'll see what the results bring us.
Phoenix will nod at Captain Anderson.
I'll do the nuts and bolts of the mission layout, and I expect the commander to do the heavy lifting at this point and tell them what about the other specters.
I imagine we won't have to do too much explaining. They got the physical reports. We'll really just be answering any questions they may have for us.
Indeed.
Right. Well, you're all dismissed. Take the time you need to get ready. And then you hear him go, Joker, what's our ETA? And Joker goes, sir, we are just pulling into the system now. And you actually hear him, you hear kind of like the docking procedures going over the air because Joker forgot to turn it off immediately. You know, Joker's being Joker. And you hear an unidentified vessel. You are entering controlled Citadel space. State your identification and purpose of transit. We are the SV-1 Normandy, requesting docking procedures. We are requested by the council. He's kind of stumbling because he didn't expect the prompt to come through so quickly, and then you hear the docking control go, designation confirmed, SSV Normandy SR1 Spectre authorization detected, and then you hear Joker goes, Spectre there, well, there's no Spectre on. Okay, Normandy, you are cleared for docking approach. Proceed to the Citadel Tower docking arm. Maintain assigned vector, and all weapons must remain powered down during station approach. And Joker's like, he's not replying to them, but you hear him over the comms kind of going, I was about to tell you that there's no Spectre on board anymore, but okay. And you hear the docking control say, welcome to the Citadel. Please observe all Citadel regulations while within the station space. Deviations will be logged. And Joker goes, sir, we're here. Locking in the clamps now. They, for some reason, are acting like Nihlus is alive. Not sure why. Maybe they didn't get the report from the council, but yeah, that just happened. Anderson goes, all right, well, I need to go and get that clarified, so go ahead, get ready, and then disembark and head right to the Earth Embassy, and I'll meet you all there. He heads out of the room. That is where we'll take our little 15-minute break. We'll come back. We'll probably do a little bit of forward so you guys are in the Earth Embassy. So that way, once that scene concludes, then you guys will now then embark upon your more open-ended adventure through the Citadel. You can obviously head directly to the Council if you so choose, or you can explore the Citadel at your own leisure. There is no time pressure on any of the objectives that you'll come across, so just keep that in mind. And yeah, we'll take our first break here, get some drinks, go to the bathroom, and enjoy.
the sand, a truth no mind could understand. It tore through thought, it split the sky, and left us changed, but never why. A voice of ash, a world undone, where first contact had just begun. In shattered fields the warning came, we touched the past and lit the flame. A pattern etched in every age.
We turn the key, we set the stage.
On Sunday nights,
We gather close.
Mass Effect timelines we hold most. At the edge of tomorrow we stand, tracing fate we don't understand.
Through every star, through every sign, we walk the threads they left behind. And in the dark,
One truth I know,
the end began so long ago.
the council speaks but does not see the weight of cold infinity. A fragile piece, a careful lie, while something ancient waits nearby.
A wandering fleet that roams the night.
A broken world that's learned to fight.
A voice of calm that hides its fear.
A line of steel that draws it clear.
And in the cold, a question wakes. What lives are real, what choice we make. We shape the minds that learn to see. Now they reflect what we might be. On Sunday nights, we gather near.
Mass Effect timelines drawn in fear.
At the edge of tomorrow I wait.
Watching time repeat its fate.
Through every war, through every lie, we chased the stars, ignored the sky. And in the silence something grows. A truth I fear but always chose.
You stand upon the edge of truth and call it strength and call it proof. You name yourselves the ones who choose, yet walk the path you'll never lose.
We have seen the rise of all your kind, the spark, the war, the grand design. Each fleeting age, each fragile breath, all marching gently into death.
You reach for stars you can't outrun. You light the dark, yet feed the sun. You build, you break, you try, you fall.
We have witnessed it, we have seen it all.
Before your first and final cry,
Before your oceans learn the sky,
we carve the silence into form
and taught the void how to be born.
You are not
Early, you are late, you are not free, you iterate. Each choice you claim has come before a closing cycle, nothing more.
You call this hope.
We call it delay.
You call this war. We call it decay.
You fight to prove that you exist.
We end the lie.
With what persists. There is no victory, only the turning. On Sunday nights, we gather still. Mass Effect timelines bend to will. At the edge of tomorrow we fall.
sleeps beneath a stone
and waits for us to do the same.
All right, we are back. Is everyone else back?
Here.
Roger.
Awesome. All right, so the Normandy has found its way into parking position within the Citadel, so it's docked. Ship's clamped down and all the works. You all sort of filed out, most likely just following Captain Anderson to the embassy. And when you guys got to the Earth embassy, you had to go through the Presidium. And the Presidium is this really gorgeous place on the Citadel where you guys would have saw like an artificial sky above. You would have saw like little rivers and ponds kind of created, but it's not like carved out of like wilderness. It's like canals of water and pools of water that are shaped in like fountain stylizations. There's little catwalks and bridges that kind of go over it, and then occasionally you do see like these cars, these like hover cars, like darting overhead. Not too much in the Presidium. They do limit traffic in this area because of all the dignitaries and people of noticeable distinguishment that frequent the Presidium. So it's very light traffic, to say the least. And when you got to the Earth Embassy, you would hear murmuring, speaking coming from like some sort of like electronical like box. You'd see like holographic images of 3 council members, a Solarian, a Turian, and a Asari, just standing there. And then they kind of flicker off just as you guys entered like the middle of the room, and all you hear is this human individual who's dressed very well. It's definitely ambassadorial attire. He goes, "Oh, they never listen. Earth's interests are always at their last in their mind." And Captain Anderson goes, "Udina?" And you hear the gentleman that was just complaining about Earth's interests turn around and goes, "Oh, Captain Anderson, I am glad you're here. I'm assuming this is your crew party, and oh, you brought aliens with you. I suppose that doesn't matter right now. The council wants to hear everything that you've said, but could you please try to clarify it for me?" And Captain Anderson just motions for you, Commander, and goes, "Commander Phoenix will be glad to do that for you, Udina." And Udina goes, "Well, Commander."
Everything you read's accurate. We arrived. Nihlus was ahead of us on arrival. We had some catching up to do as we made our way towards the main spaceport area. We encountered Geth. We encountered some sort of other creatures. And when we got to the tram station towards the space station where initially they had said they had moved the beacon to, we found Nihlus dead, single gunshot, back of the head, execution style. Upon interviewing locals there, one that was at the station and others that had been in habitations, they mentioned a second Turian, one that was not with us.
Commander, you You just literally dropped a shitstorm on my lap, and now I have to try to straighten this all up. Is there any proof of this other Turian being the cause of Nihlus's death?
Outside of the report, we have no physical evidence that they did it.
We have a witness.
Who? The cargo man that I saw in the report? Some individual that was hiding behind crates? That's your witness?
It's not my witness, it's the witness.
Oh.
Question integrity. Go after fact.
Unfortunately, it's not my matter of distinguishing their integrity. The council's going to look at that and go, oh, a scared cargo personnel hiding behind a crates happened to see one of their most distinguished specters performing an act of criminal deceit or murder on another specter?
Counselor, as I said, we have no physical evidence. Yes, we have a witness report. We do not have anything physically tying this.
Well, all you could do is tell them the truth, I suppose, and see how the cards play. But what is this I read about a vision?
Yes.
Care to explain, Commander?
Haley, the Quarian that was with us on the mission, the best way I could explain it, interacted with the Prothean beacon. It seemed to pass on information, a vision, a data transfer, I've heard it be described as, to her.
He looks to you, the Quarian, and goes, well, speak up. Tell me what you saw.
Okay, out of character. Can I roll for how much she would recall?
If you want.
Okay, what would I roll for that?
You could roll a wisdom roll, I guess, for that.
Okay. I roll a wisdom. Not an intelligence, right?
No.
Okay. Okay, well, that tells me what I need to do then. Okay.
Carrie looks to the ambassador and just looks over him, and she just says, I had a vision. I saw death and destruction. And it was quite alarming at the time. But I see no death and destruction here. But I saw death and destruction in vision. Yes.
Well, the vision aside, I suppose the only thing that we really need to draw forward is really focus in on the Saren portion of this information that you provided me. Vision, well, I'm not sure I believe it either. It sounds... I'm not sure what to make of that, but I definitely think you should focus at least on the facts that you have, the things that you can at least talk about substantially. They are aware of Nihlus's presence on the planet, and whether we can prove Saren's guilt or not, I suppose the only thing we can do is at least start raising the questions about him, see where we go from there. To your counterparts here, the Asari, the Solarian here, do they have anything they wish to add? Please do so. Any clarifications that you can provide would certainly help our case here.
Phoenix will look amongst his companions.
report should speak for itself.
Agreed. The weapon discharge did look like it came from a Spectre weapon.
Fortunately, without tangible proof, that would only be speculations at this point. Like I said, it's important that we bring forth Saren's name so at least we can get the question of his character out there and go from there. As far as the reports in politics tend to be a muddy discussion point, especially when we're talking to the council. Earth's interests tend to get overshadowed by their own political machinations. So it is more important than ever that we just try to stick to what we know and try not to insinuate further unless you actually have physical proof. Do any of you disagree with this?
No, Ambassador.
Well, I can take silence as a confirmation, so I appreciate that. Sorry. Was it Kayasi? I think I saw you in the report.
Yes, sir.
His ego lets him smile when you call him
Ego.
sir, for sure. A smile at that.
Smile at that. I am going to offer information as well on the Spectre. The wound when they examined the body, it did seem familiar. It's like they said, it's headshot, but it was very close. So perhaps a full examination of the body could tell more. But it seemed you would not let someone harm you in such less distance unless they were familiar to you, no?
I agree, but without the weapon, it's, again, we're trying to paint a picture for the council without the evidence to support such a painting, correct? We're just assuming it was a close-range shot from their Spectre known as Saren. Is that correct? Am I wrong in this assumption?
Right, am I wrong in this assumption? I have not examined the type of bullets or ammo that was used to know the gun. That might be something to consider as well, to determine the type of shots that was made.
Yes, that's the problem with these heat-driven weaponry, is that they rely solely on energy cells to project, discharge. I doubt there's any physical evidence of a bullet unless they're actually using an active clip. But the painted assumption might be, again, good to bring question of his stance in this. Right now it all looks circumstantial as far as Saren, but any accusations that we can at least direct in his manner might at least get things going for us. Obviously, as you know, Commander and Lieutenant Commander, you are both being examined to be Spectres. I don't foresee that happening now, do you?
I fully expect this to fall on our heads.
As do I.
The attitude. If you walk in the room with that attitude with us, you're gonna go ahead and just sink whatever case we might have ever had. Your political leaning seems very, oh, poor downtrodden us. How about you step up and actually be the light and be the person representing us and represent. Stop being kind of cowardly.
Oh, don't you worry, Lieutenant Commander. I speak truth to you. My game with the Council is completely different. I'm not going to sugarcoat things here, especially with military personnel, unless you wish to be held with a kitty's glove.
Not what I said.
Then you do your job and I shall do mine. That's all you need to be worried about. I'm not going to hold anything back from you, though. This does not look good. Yes, the cards are stacked against us. I'm not going to say otherwise. But when I'm in front of the Council, fret not. I will do my job to make sure that we present this information as thoroughly and good light of the Alliance's posturing and all of this as I can. It's just the job is quite difficult with the report that you gave me.
I'll look over at Shockwave and then kind of quietly say, still loud enough for Adina to hear. He's a politician, all right. He'll make sure he'll make it look as good as he can for his light. We don't have to worry about him protecting the Alliance. That'll come naturally. We just got to deal with the rest of it.
Indeed. Whistles in the dark.
I have an OOC question. Sorry.
Yeah, what's up?
Did we bring Nihlus' body back?
Probably did not have time to do that.
That's
But
what I was.
It's still probably there, so he's probably being taken care of.
Okay, so inspecting the body is a possibility. Gotcha. Thank you.
Very faint possibility, because obviously time with that kind of stuff is limited. So, but you guys had a mission, so no one would fault you for not. Yeah, you're fine.
Oh, I didn't mean us. I meant having the body inspected and so forth.
Yeah, you guys had way more pressing matters for sure. Like you were literally chasing down this Saren guy in hopes of catching him.
Defusing bombs.
Yeah, you guys had way too much stuff on your hands.
That's what I thought. I just wanted to clarify.
But you did save people, because during the mission you guys did have Ashley and Alenka kind of direct people to spots. So you did do that, 100%. Adina goes, well, to each their own. But don't have the Council wait too long. You're more than welcome to traverse the Citadel, get used to it, get familiar with it. I'm sure you'll be here for a little bit before you're out sent back on mission. Just make sure to be thorough, Commander. Captain Anderson, you and I will discuss a little bit more as we walk towards the Council chambers. And we will wait for your landing party to arrive. And Captain Anderson goes, right, Adina looks to you, Commander and Lieutenant Commander, and he goes, well, I know you both will do your best. Just be honest, be truthful. We gotta nail this Saren to the board. We gotta get him. He's up to no good, and he is allied clearly with the Geth. How he's doing that, it's beyond me, but maybe it has something to do with that ship we saw. Either way, we can't let this go. So I'm counting on both of you to get this message across.
We'll do our part, Captain.
He goes, all right, Adina. Adina goes, yes, Anderson, let us go. And both of them will take their leave, and you guys will kind of be in the embassy by yourself. And now you're free to go where you want, but I'm going to do something here for you so it makes it a little bit easier for traversal purposes. Give me one moment. Course.
had me enter the Roll20 as a player, so I couldn't just shift the screen over. All right, so do you guys see? It's a huge. I'm gonna move all your pieces to where you are currently, so that way you guys get an idea. You're currently in Odina's office, Earth Embassy, so you are technically in the Presidium right now. So you're right up here. You have the Volus and Elcor offices, so you're kind of way up there. And you are actually free to travel pretty much wherever you'd like within the Citadel. Just so you're aware, the tower is where the council chambers are. So that is where your primary objective currently is.
I don't know if I necessarily care to go anywhere else.
Nope, I'm thinking just council chamber.
So I think, yeah, Phoenix will be ready to go towards the council chamber, I guess.
Yeah, I'll mark that here too, so you guys know what your primary
He's
objective.
not going to want to, like they've said, he's not going to want to have them waiting too long, so he'd rather go and...
So what we'll say is it's not going to be like an instant travel because you'll still have to walk there. So I'll say that you guys will be leaving the embassy and you're going to probably, I'll show you where you'll actually end up first before you can take the taxi to the tower. You guys will end up like right where Phoenix is right now. Pretty much in the embassy like lobby. So I'm going to have you probably get stopped here just for a moment, just for a brief moment, because you're all fairly new to the council area. So, and provide a little opportunity here for everybody. So where Commander is, that's kind of where you guys all are, at the moment, at least. So. So with that said, as you guys leave the Earth Embassy, you would notice to your right the Volus Embassy, but you guys decide, we're not going to go in there. We have no purpose or reason to entertain the Volus or the Elcor. So we're going to go down and into the lobby. And here you do see at a little desk, you do see a individual. She is sitting there in position. You know, she looks more like pretty much an office clerk, more or less, for this area. She seems very busy, going over a bunch of data on her consoles, quickly disseminating all the various communiques and trying to redirect them to various ambassadors and so forth. But then you also see a holographic terminal next to a taxi. Like it's like an automated, think of like a Tesla without wheels. It's kind of hovering in place. It's fully automatic and stuff. But next to it is a holographic projection. And it's in shape of a female, no hair, very transparent. It's like you can see all the various components and parts. Like they purposely made her look like she had like circuits and whatnot. She's various shades of pinks and reds, but again, transparent. The eyes, you can see like full spheres where the eyes are, but you can see that they cleverly designed it to make it look as humanoid as possible. And it's quiet right now. No one's approached it quite yet. And then there's just people kind of walking to and fro in this space. Some are heading towards CSEC headquarters. Others probably heading to the embassy lounge. No one's heading towards the Earth embassy or Volus embassy right now. So it looks like most of the traffic in this area is either probably most likely heading towards the lounge, probably to sit down and do some of their paperwork outside of their own offices. But then that taxi, if you've been in the embassy, those taxis will take you anywhere pretty much within the compound. So I'll let you guys decide what you'd like to do and go from there.
I'm gonna make my way into the lounge and wait for the dings or whatever the summon spell is.
Were we verbally informed that the commander was heading towards the councils?
Yes.
Well, we talked about it in the ship briefing room, right? So after that, I guess once we were in Udina's office, he would have just said that he's gonna head straight there towards the council chamber after everybody's said that they didn't want to make them wait.
So, Aiden, you probably know there probably won't be a ding because the commander's just going to go probably right to the tower via taxi.
That's fine. I'll catch one after him then. We're using the yellows. Those are taxis.
Yeah, where it links isn't those are more like elevators. There's actually like a separate taxi that isn't linked to like where the maps go. It fits about 4 people in a taxi, and it can literally go to any of the. It can go to Presidium, the upper wards, lower wards, security tower. It can go all those places freely. The taxis go freely without having to worry about the elevator connections.
Excellent. I'll make my way down to a taxi and head to the tower.
It will drop you off probably at the northern part of the tower where that. Yeah, exactly. I'm assuming you're going to probably take this taxi immediately to Phoenix.
Yep.
What are the rest of you guys doing?
Cassie wanted to wander around a bit, but first she figured business is business. Might as well get that out of the way. And since the commander and lieutenant commander were going that way, she would go also to get a taxi.
Well, you can just put yourself next to Aiden there. If you hold down your Alt button, you can position right next to him if you want. That way you're not locked into the same box on the grid. Here you go.
Yulia will do the same. Just follow along.
Okay. You're leaving the beautiful Presidium. Okay.
Question. So, Taylor no longer needs to be in that group now, right? Because they basically said focus on this stuff.
Well, no, Taylor was supposed to go with us to the actual counselor meeting.
Yeah, initially she was, and then talking to the ambassador's like, yeah, don't even, you focus on this. So I feel like, I'm not sure if that meant like she wasn't really needed to speak up now. I'm not sure.
Well, actually, that's a great RP opportunity with the commander. You can ask the commander, like, hey, what's that human mean?
Okay, well, she's going to talk to the commander then.
Hello, Commander.
Yeah, the chopper.
Excuse me, Commander. I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry if you're not up to it. we can talk later.
Nope, go ahead.
Yes, and I was not sure, based on what the ambassador said, if I should speak, or be present for this council meeting.
I'd like to have you there in case they do have more questions regarding your vision when you interacted with the beacon. I would assume they have interest in it. I don't entirely understand why Ambassador Udina is trying to brush that aside.
Indeed, I am. Not sure as well, though. I do not have much to add. I will, of course, accompany if that is what is needed. I merely asked, because if not, I was going to browse the markets for a moment.
We're not technically on a mission, so you by no means are under my command. If you would like to join us in speaking with the council, you're more than welcome to, but you're not required to.
Understood. I will be just a moment. I can join. I must check markets first, so I will catch up.
Understood.
Yep, you can also take a taxi to wherever you would like to, Taylor.
And Haley is gonna go all the way to the lower markets.
Oh. Okay. The shadier markets, okay. Great. And Phoenix, do you know how to move your token?
Yep. Sorry.
Alright, so I will say as you guys get off the taxi and you find yourselves in the tower, well, first thing you notice is this place it's beautiful. It's got high vaulted ceilings. The lighting in this space is like it's a soft reddish pink color, but it's illuminated enough that you're not like cast in that glow. You see water features and whatnot as you climb various flights of stairs, and immediately you start realizing how defensible this place really is. If anyone was to breach this far into the Citadel, you realize that the way that it's tiered off gives a lot of advantage points to defenders. There's also beautiful cherry blossom looking trees in this space, very curated, very purposely placed in a very symmetrical way. Even the leaves and the branches have been almost curated to be symbolically done in a precise way that it looks like these trees are like twin carbon copies of one another. It's very beautiful, very open, very airy. A lot of natural elements here. You see business being happening off to the side. You actually even see a little bit further off as you get closer to like the objective point in the tower, right before the 4 stairs that lead up into the council's chamber itself. You see off to your left an Alliance general talking into some comms off to the side. You can't quite make out his conversation, but he seems to be doing some business here. And then very off to the side, near even like closed doors, beyond like there's like archways and stuff that kind of hide their frame and forms. You see Solarians and Asari and some humans also doing some conversations or conversing, or maybe even conducting business, or maybe having just diplomatic discussions happening off to the side. And as you get to the heart of now the council chamber, you see Captain Anderson standing there before the final steps that lead to a platform. Think Star Wars senatorial in some ways. How, if you remember how the pods would go into like the central position when any time a senator would speak, like Senator Amidala, it's very much like that, except you're not in a pod. You're actually walking onto a catwalk, almost onto a circular platform. He's standing right before the stairs that lead to that. And as you all approach, Udina's there on the other side of the stairs. Captain Anderson goes, "Commander, Lieutenant Commander, are you ready to speak? Where's the Quarian?"
Quarian elected not to be present.
Captain Anderson goes, "Well, that's definitely unfortunate. Well, I hope you can speak on behalf of her. I'm sure they're going to ask some questions about that in your report."
I'll answer any questions they have about the report.
Well, shall we get going? I guess they want me present there with Udina. Kayasi, Yalira, you'll have to stay here for a moment. Unfortunately, this is Alliance business, and the council members don't want their own involved in this.
Yalira just watches him passively.
Tina goes, "Okay, let's go." And he promptly makes sure he's the first one to go up the steps onto the council platform.
I'll follow Udina up.
We'll join the same.
Captain Anderson would give you, Kayasi and Yalira, a nod and appreciate your understanding as he would flank the rest of the individuals going up. And when you guys get to the platform, below you is there's a glass ceiling beneath you, and beyond that glass you see like a garden that's kind of just settled there. There's like a little pond and a lot of greenery, and then far ahead of you, raised above into positions of importance, you see three individuals of different species standing in a perfect line and spaced perfectly, like from one another. You have a Taurian, and this is the order that you see them from left to right: a Taurian, a Sari, and a Salarian. And then to your left, and far right, even higher above, you see like balcony where regular citizens can look down and observe the council business. And there you see humans, Taurians, you see a couple Salarians, and you see a few Asaris, and they're just some of them are leaning on the railings, others are just standing there. They're all just watching this hearing. And then off, just slightly above the council, you see this large holographic image of another Taurian. And as you all approach, Udina goes, "This is the landing party from Eden Prime. They are here to go over the report that was submitted." And the Asari council member goes, "I appreciate your arrival, Commander, Lieutenant Commander, Captain. Yes, we do have a few questions about this report and accusations made against Saren." And the holographic Taurian goes, "Yeah, baseless accusations from humans that have no business being in the Traverse anyways." And the Asari goes, "I apologize. Saren, please, let them speak." And she looks to all of you, waiting for you, Commander. And she goes, "Well, could you please, just for record's sake, repeat what the report said, so that way we have it on a verbal recording?
Absolutely. Upon landing on Eden Prime, our goal was to recover the Prothean beacon that the dig team had found there. Upon approach, we learned that there had been an attack. A large ship arrived. I believe we've sent images that we managed to capture through transmissions of the ship. And once we were on the ground and met with locals there, we learned that the Geth from that ship had taken the beacon. We then made our ways towards the space station, stopping at the tram station on the way there, which is where we found the Spectre that was along the mission with us, Nihlus. It'll pause to wait for them to kind of acknowledge that.
And the Salarian now speaks, goes, "Yes, Commander, we read the report about Nihlus's unfortunate death. I see that it was reported that he was shot in the back of the head. Is that correct?"
That was our assessment, yes.
And for the record, can you please tell us who you assume did this shot?
We have a witness at the tram station dock that reported that another Turian, one that Nihlus was heard speaking to, named Saren.
This is where Saren speaks up, and he goes, "Baseless accusations by a dock worker who is too terrified to get out from behind crates and cargo. I read the report too. This is baseless."
So accusations of murder are brought to a council, and the council literally has the murderer talking for them?
The
Very weak.
Turian council member goes, "Well, Lieutenant Commander, where's the proof?"
You've been given the proof. You've allowed the person who's accused of the crime to literally tell us we are wrong.
And then the
Remove
Asari speaks.
The person
Asari
out
speaks.
of these chambers now.
He has every
Not
right to speak
yours.
for himself, Lieutenant Commander. Just
Not
as
at
your
this point.
accusations are baseless without
You're
proof.
allowing your prejudice to take over and allow an improper procedure. Your procedures, and goes into the book and tells them exactly why they're wrong.
LT, this is Council. This isn't the Alliance. They play by different rules.
Not that I've read.
This is not a formal hearing, Lieutenant Commander.
Let's make it one.
We do not have the ample proof to make the accusations of guilt upon a, no offense, seasoned Spectre who has served this council for quite a long time. Where is your proof? The accused has every right to be here to listen to the accusations that are being presented.
If you're claiming it not a trial, but you're requiring proof of us, but allowing him to just say, no, that's not correct, how is this correct? Your justice system is better than this.
The Salarian goes, "Sir, if we were to accuse every human of wrongdoing without actual proof, would you not be up in arms, or would you not be feel defenseless if you were not able to hear the accusations that were placed before you?"
Simply, you are allowing your prejudice to see what you want to see. You won't allow us to bring the actual witness here. We can do that. But you don't seem like you're interested in actually listening to what's happening. You're allowing your prejudice to get the better of you.
The Asari goes, "I understand your perspective, Lieutenant Commander. I do. My plight with your emotional concerns is noted. But do you have a weapon? Do you have a recording? Are we simply to take the accusations of, from your report, a dockhand that hid during the middle of an attack and also stole from your alliance? Are we supposed to take his word for face value against someone who of Saren's professional degree? Someone who has served this alliance and has saved thousands, if not millions of lives during his service to us and the greater galaxy.
Roger, then you have none of my testimony needed, and I'll turn around and walk out.
The Turian looks to you, Commander. Is this how all you humans react? Just baseless accusations gone against seasoned specters without actual proof? Is this how your justice system works? Guilty before innocent?
We presented you the evidence that we have.
And let me ask you, Commander, if that evidence was presented to you and say your lieutenant commander was being accused of such crimes, would you take this evidence and go, he is guilty?
I'd factor both sides.
Yes, that's not an answer, Commander. Would you factor him as guilty?
What answer are you looking for? You have mine already.
The Saren goes, he's already answered the question, and he's already given his answer. It's not as easy as you think. We don't deal with half-truths. We need the full truth. Unfortunately, the evidence towards Saren is at best circumstantial. According to Saren, he wasn't even on the planet. And Saren's name is quite big, so it is very possible that even a human on a human colony would know of him. It's complicated, Commander, and you know that. I wish it were easier. You have no weapon. There's no video evidence. There's just a dockhand that takes a very well-named Turian and associates it with this case. How certain are you that Saren is involved in this?
The only thing I'm certain of is that the Gether here, Saren was there. Somehow there's a connection.
And again, Saren goes, this is ridiculous. First, I am somehow magically upon a Earth colony that is a mission that's led by Captain Anderson, who has clearly had issues with me since our earlier days when we were service together, and he's always been outspoken against me and my actions, always blaming me for all the humanity's failures. So it's clear that this charge is being led by the captain, and his subordinates are clearly on board with this. This is a witch trial, nothing more.
You worked with Captain Anderson?
Long time ago.
Kind of nod silently to myself.
These Arya sighs, because she's trying to find a middle, because obviously on her right she's got the Turian, who's obviously going to defend his Spectre, and then on the left she's got the Salarian, who absolutely wants definitive proof. That's how Salarians work. They're just singular-minded like that because they have a short lifespan, so they just want an answer to resolve it immediately. And then you have her, and she's just like, tell you what, Commander. Saren, thank you for your time. And Saren's like, yes, a waste of time it was. And he logs off, and she looks to you and she goes, tell you what, Commander, I will give you 48 hours to procure proof of what you say. I am not... I find myself in a position where I am balancing absolution and loyalty. I'm understanding of your plights, and my regards go to your Lieutenant Commander. I understand this is a very frustrating situation. There's a lot here that we don't discuss in a public forum like this, that we do discuss behind closed doors, that we have been examining the proof you have given us, and we just don't find it substantial enough. But I am giving you 48 hours to find the proof. Give us something substantial so we can proceed perhaps to your liking. And if you can't produce that solid evidence within 48 hours, then we're going to have to excuse this as a misrepresentation of a highly decorated Spectre and move on. I hope this is suitable for you, Commander.
So find more evidence of a rogue Spectre that now knows somebody's looking into him.
Well, no one said it would be an easy task. But if your record shows, and the Lieutenant Commander's record shows, you two are up to the task. You have faced far greater obstacles than an investigation, and if you are absolute on his guilt, then it should be no problem for seasoned veterans like yourself to find the evidence you need to solidify what you wrote in your reports.
I look over at Udina to see if he has anything to chime in with.
This is uncalled for, counselors. First off, the Lieutenant Commander is absolutely right. This is discrimination at its highest form. You always look down upon the Alliance just because we're young to this galaxy. And the counselors go, Udina, Earth has a lot to prove still in the greater galaxy. You are new to how things work. We are charged of trillions of lives every day. Udina's like, ridiculous. You have Saren, who's clearly guilty, who's working with the Geth. And the Turian speaks up, working with the Geth? How does he control the Geth? Udina, that is absurd. How can a man control the Geth? Ridiculous. And the Saren raises her hand. She's like, let him speak. Please, continue, Udina. And Udina's like, I have nothing more to say. Commander, I leave this discussion in your hands. And he goes, Captain Anderson, with me. He's like, wait a minute, Udina. Udina pauses, looks around. This is getting us nowhere, Captain. Yes, but I have a feeling I have one more question. And Isari goes, Captain Anderson, you are absolutely correct. Commander, I read something in your reports that I find difficult to believe. You put a vision in your reports. How are we supposed to discern this in the reports? Like, what are we supposed to glean from this information of a Quarian who's not present? How are we supposed to glean this vision that they obtained?
Sorry, say that again?
Yes, I'll be glad to say that again for you, Commander. You put on your report that the Quarian had visions. I'm uncertain how this pertains to the mission. Could you explain in your own details why you felt it was important to depict this vision? And Furthermore, the Turian now adds to that as interrupting the Asari. Furthermore, we want to know why the Prothean beacon was destroyed. You realize how rare those devices are in this galaxy. You just simply let a 50,000-year beacon get destroyed. We would like to know more about these things.
We didn't let anything happen. The Quarian got close to the beacon as we approached it, and then it began to communicate or transmit something to her. I added it and deemed it relevant because the beacon was the whole purpose of the mission, was it not?
The Solarian speaks. It was. Commander is right. Yes, the Turian says. But what does the vision have to do with anything? You went into some detail about it, and I mean, if it was just about the beacon, then why did you include the depths of this information about the beacon? What were you hoping to provide us with regarding
an accurate report of the mission, including as much detail as we could have? If we had more details on the murder of Nihlus, it would have been there too. Same reason why I included what I did about the Quarian's vision.
Miss Sari nods, goes, "We're running in circles, gentlemen." And she looks back to you and goes, "Well, I appreciate your time, Commander. I do hope, for the sake of your report, that you do find the proof that you need to give credence to the accusations placed. I will tell you, if you find proof, we will do everything within our power to restrict him of his Spectre status, and we will mark him as an enemy of the state. But if you're unable to find the proof, as I said, there's nothing we can do. We don't deal with what ifs. We do need proof. Anything you could provide would certainly help your case." Turian's like, "You're being too reasonable with these humans. Giving them 48 hours to find proof on one of our most decorated specters. This is..." Sorry, raises her hand. She's like, "They have 48 hours to produce evidence. We can give them that. It is fair. And as impassionate as the Lieutenant Commander was, he is right to a degree. So, Commander, are the terms acceptable to you? We'll give you the 48 hours. Find proof here on the Citadel as best as you can. And then present them with us. Present them to us within 2 days. Or earlier if you happen to come across it."
Phoenix will nod. Understood.
Genius goes, "If this was a human, you would have no problem putting us to trial. You would excommunicate us immediately." And the Turian says, "Odina, you speak out of turn." Odina's like, "No, counselor, I speak quite in turn." Are we through? Counselors just look at each other, shaking their heads, and they're like, "Yes, this concludes the council on this affair." And they literally just each press a button at their consoles, and then they just kind of like, as they're standing there, just talk amongst themselves. Captain Anderson has been quiet. He steps forward and goes, "Commander, I think you did a great job there. I think the council has a very interesting perspective on these things. Clearly not in our favor, but I do have some information I did acquire that I might be able to assist you in maybe the right direction on how we can get this proof that they so need."
I'd be thankful for any help.
He walks you back to the other two, and I don't know how far did your character go, Liz? Did you go all the way out of the tower, or did you just go to where the other two are kind of hanging out?
Where the other two were.
Yeah, so he brings you to the Lieutenant Commander Yalira and Kayasa. Kayasa? Is it Kayasa or Kayasi?
Yassi.
Yeah, he brings you to them. And he goes into it a little bit with you. Goes, well, Adina goes, well, that was rough. Lieutenant Commander, you are absolutely correct. I appreciate you speaking up. They have a deep-seated prejudice against us in the Alliance. It is clear to me now.
Yeah, they also set us up for a trap. That was a big part of why I was angry. They were letting the Spectre know what we're going to be doing.
Well, maybe we can get this information before he can cut us off from it.
Yeah, my theory is that Doc Worker might be dead.
Oh, Captain Anderson goes, I hope not. But if you're right, then hopefully my sources can at least lead you somewhere that maybe Saren hasn't looked yet. There's this guy in Korra's den. He's named Harkin. Have any of you met him before? He looks to all of you, including the Kayasi and Yalira.
Nope.
Have we met him?
Probably not.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure your character and Kayasi's character would definitely remember Harkin if they met Harkin.
Okay, we'll go with no, and Yulira will just shake her head.
Well, Harkin, you can find him in Korra's den. He's usually at the end of a bottle, but he's worked in C-Sec for about 20 years. If he knows what's going on, I mean, if there's something going on in the Citadel, probably knows what's going on. There is also, well, have any of you heard of the Shadow Broker before?
No.
This one I will let you guys roll on. The Shadow Broker is kind of, people might know of the Shadow Broker to a degree.
Intelligence, wisdom, what do you think?
I'm actually going to have you guys do a history roll for me here.
Son of a bitch.
Wow, those are good rolls. Oh no, the aliens don't. What's wrong with this picture? Okay.
That Alliance military knows how to teach its peoples.
Oh. Well, Aiden and Phoenix, you both know that the Shadow Broker is an individual that has never been met. No one's ever seen him, but everyone knows of him. And he typically works through various proxies. A lot of people don't necessarily know who is an agent of the Shadow Broker. A few do make themselves known, and they do that intentionally so they can be points of contact. The Alliance, and actually the Citadel itself, Council Space, really doesn't do anything against these agents because the agents themselves typically don't commit the crime, so it's a very gray zone for them. They tend to get questioned by the council races, specifically C-Sec, when there's like murders and stuff, but they're well trained, so they usually avoid prosecution because of how clever they are. But they are a network, a very broad network of agents that do various jobs, anything from getting people out of shitty situations, so they do good work, to really terrible things like assassinations and drug handling. So they do things that you would think were morally awesome and things that were morally crappy, all in the name of the Shadow Broker. And one thing that you both know, especially with the 17 and 20, you know the Shadow Broker works in knowledge. Knowledge is his ultimate resource. Without it, he would probably not be as powerful and as wealthy in resources as he is or she is. So that is the Shadow Broker. He asked that question. He looks to all of you just to see if anyone knows who he is or who she is or of the name.
I'd say for Phoenix, he's heard of the term of the Shadow Broker, but does not have any history working with them or having any dealings with them, just from assorted kind of dossiers and stuff like that.
That's very fair.
Cassie knows nothing about the Shadow Broker or any of those things. She's not been here long enough or often enough.
One of his troops got a part that he needed off of the Shadow Broker, and that's all he really knows.
Captain Anderson goes, well, I happen to know an agent of the Shadow Broker. He's let his presence known. He is within the Presidium, next to the Emporium. He's in the bank. He's near the banking terminal. You can find him there. He did let me know that he would be more than happy to speak with the landing party of Eden Prime. He wouldn't tell me much. I think he's more scared of what I would relay back, but I think he's a little more comfortable speaking with a lot of you. So if you want, seek out Barlavon at the bank terminal. He might lead you to a source that you can go to potentially get you the information you need. And then the other one is Harkin. Both of them are valid enough places to start. Just be weary with Harkin, and he looks to, unfortunately, he has to look towards the two females that are present. He goes, and he's a little bit of, Kayasi and Illyria, he's a little perverse. So take that as you will if you do meet him. He just says that he's disgusting, so just keep that in mind if you do happen to engage him. If you all split up, perhaps that might be the best way to handle this, is attack both targets, get the information, and then perhaps meet back up and then disseminate the information together. That might be another alternative approach you can take. Obviously, I would involve the Quarian too, because if there's any information that needs to be hacked or deciphered or decrypted, she will definitely have the assets and skills to assist you in that. But whatever path you go, it is up to you. Obviously, you have a couple days to get this information. Sooner the better, but also take your time. Enjoy the Citadel as much as you can. But I don't want to take away how pressing this is either. It is up to your discretion, Commander, Lieutenant Commander, on how your team approaches this. I will be in Fluxes if you need anything. You can find Flux not too far from the... You can access it through the ward. Just to take the elevator or take a taxi. I'll be in the nightclub, laying low, and I'll keep my ears out for anything else that I might be able to pick up there. Is there any questions that any of you have before I dismiss you all? Adina's like, yes, Captain, we have a lot to discuss, so the sooner we can wrap this up, the better. Yes, Udina. I hear you, Adina, but I want to make sure that we're leaving our team with enough resources and information to work off of before just dismissing them. Adina goes, mm-hmm.
Cassie will speak up. She'll say, I'm sorry, I was unable to catch the name of the Shadow Broker agent that you were speaking about.
Yes, the Shadow Broker agent. You can find him at the bank terminal within the Prothean. His name is Barla Vaughn. He is a Volus. I don't know if you ever dealt with the Volus. They tend to usually deal with currency, but it sounds like he's going to potentially give this information to you for free. So.
Thank you. She makes note in her data pad.
Any other questions, Commander, Lieutenant Commander Illyra, Cassie?
Nope, nothing, Captain.
Illyra just stares at him.
They said no.
He nods to Illyra with your big black Orbis eyes just locked on him.
She blinks when he nods.
Creepy. He goes, well then, I appreciate all your service. We'll do everything we can on our side to support the Alliance in this endeavor. And we do appreciate our alien support. So thank you, Kayasi. Thank you, Illyra. I do have to ask a favor of both of you, though.
Cassie will just lift her head again and almost give him a side glance.
Illyra's just staring at him, waiting.
Captain Anderson goes, I would appreciate, I know you've been assigned to me, so I'm not making this an order, but I'm asking you as a favor to please not repeat any findings we have until we have them all to your respected counselors. Give us the time to defend our position and our stance, because that's the only thing I can ask fairly of both of you, is to give us a fair chance to make an appropriate plea to the council.
That's a reasonable request.
She cans her head, kind of questioningly, as if that was almost a given, because she wasn't exactly sure what information he was talking about, if it was any and all, or just what happened at the council, or what.
Oddly, he looks at you, Kayas, and he's like, sees your expressions, like, do you need me to clarify anything for you on my request?
The extent, please.
All information pertaining to this investigation, I would ask that you do not repeat it to your respected council members. We need to make sure that we ascertain this information, this data, this evidence, and compile it so that way we can present a very strong case to the council. By disseminating this information early, I fear the wrong ears might hear what we're doing, and it might circumvent the actual justice we're trying to do here for the people that were hurt, killed, and injured on Eden Prime by the agent Saren. I'm asking you to do this out of moral goodness, not out of direct loyalty to the individuals you serve beyond my command. I'm asking this as a favor. I'm not demanding it as an order.
You have my word, Captain.
All right. Well then, Commander, you and yours is dismissed. Again, if you need me, I'll be at Flux. And if you need Udina, he'll be in... Udina speaks. I'll be in the embassy.
Understood, Captain.
Udina and the captain just start talking and kind of waiting for you all to take your leave, so you're not doing that awkward, like, well, we just said goodbye, but we're walking together to the elevator now.
Yeah, we'll make our way out. Kind of group with everybody outside of the ambassador's office. And we can kind of decide on who wants to go where. If half of us want to go towards Harkin and the other half want to deal with the Shadow Brokers and kind of approach both things at the same time, but between the two squads.
Perfect. And I think that's where we'll pan back to Taylor finally. Taylor, you are in the lower markets. There are stairs that can take you to the upper markets too. The lower markets have just a few vendors. There's a Solarian, there's a Turian vendor. There's actually not a lot of human presence here. There's actually a lot of Solarians, Turians, and there's actually even a large Krogan positioned near one of the crates. What are you doing?
So Taylor came here because she's been at the Citadel once before. And this is a place she's been before, as I'd imagine it, because she's looking for something specific. So she's down here, she's looking at the vendors, almost like she's trying to find something very specific, something related obviously to her field in engineering or ship parts, and that's what she's focused on right now, trying to find the correct vendor if they're there.
What are you looking for specifically?
She is looking for, let me pull it up so I can remember what it is. It is a sorry, I'm trying to find it. I wrote it down in my notes. She's looking for like a it's kind of almost like an antique like power core. That would be for a ship. That's in general what she's looking for, is like almost like an antique power core of sorts. It would be something that would be Quarian created, so it would be something that would be related to her species, but it would have been something that's very old. Like, it's hard to find. It's a rare item.
Okay. I'll say out of all the vendors down in the lower markets, you're probably brought to one of the Taurians that are at the center of the lower markets. He's in like this like a counter that wraps pretty much in almost a big rectangle, and there's a few Taurian vendors that are positioned behind those counters, and out of all those Taurians, you find that one might deal with ship parts, and he goes, "Welcome to the Taurian Consortium. How can I help you today?"
I am looking for Quarian power core, something, some sort may call antique. Very rare. I was not sure if these are your typical parts or you have some more rare parts here.
Let me see here in my inventory. He pulls up this little dap. It's like, Quarian design. Let's see. Nope. That's an Earth vessel power core. I mean, that Even new ones seem antique. Am I right? He keeps scrolling. He goes, taps his finger against his lower lip. He's like, let's see here. May I ask why you need... I mean, I could see why you're asking for a Quarian-style power core, but why does it need to be an antique version?
Apologies. And she, while he was talking, she was looking down at, like, a data pad. Yeah, it would be a Quarian adaptive core. It would be, they do not make them anymore, but I need one for a ship.
I mean, from what I understand of the Quarians, you're all very adaptive as it is. Can it be any power core? You could just adapt it to your system?
No, that is not how it works. It's very specific. If you had it, you would know, so, seems you do not. She just kind of looks a little disappointed, but she would not linger.
Oh, wait. I might not have what you're looking for, but I might be able to procure it for you.
Yes, that would be something I'd very much be interested in.
Maybe we could do a trade instead of credits. Maybe, since I have to order the part and go through some sources to see if we can unearth this component. I'm sure I can get it. No doubt I can get it. Very good at what I do, but it will take time. Perhaps you can trade me something for it.
Trade. I understand this. What do you look to trade?
Let's see. Is there anything that you're involved in that you might be able to ascertain me parts or equipment from? I know you Quarian tend to find your way into a lot of fields of work. It's very impressive how your people dally about the way they do, and often find themselves in very unique situations.
I work an engineer for ship. I help engineering on ship. That is what I do.
Well, if I get you this antique power core, perhaps you can get me a more modern power core off the ship you're working.
But ship I working will not work without powder core.
Oh, no. I'm not asking for you.
I'm not asking for you.
I'm asking for you to get me this power core.
Asking for you to get me this power core. Yes, I understand. But ship I work on no longer work without power core. And you want me to take power core from ship I work on, and then ship no work. Is that right?
Well, I mean, what kind of ship are you working on now?
As it's big ship. Normandy.
Kind of. I know there's a ship in the docks named the Normandy, but I've never seen that model before. It looks surprisingly like a Taurian ship, but it's not quite Taurian. It has a lot of Alliance influence too. It's very perplexing, but if it is a Taurian or Alliance vessel, they probably have multiple power cores. They won't miss one missing from their ship. If you give me something newer, I can procure you something more of your time period.
You want new power core for old power. Is that correct?
That seems fair. I mean, you're asking me to get something that's a relic, something old, something, as you said, rare. And in order to get rare items, I usually need the compensation to, well, pay not just myself, but the people acquiring these rare pieces.
Yes. I can get you new power core if you get me my Quarian adaptive power core.
This sounds like a fair deal. So what I will do is, he puts the data pad in front of you and rotates it. If you could, just sign your name, and right here on the dotted line is just a promissory acquisition that you will get me this power core off this Normandy ship. And I, in return, and he shows you the signature he already signed, will get you a forgotten power core from Quarian design that will be easily used in whatever Quarian device or ship or thing you wish to use it for.
Yes. Then I should examine your terms first, and she would go to read.
It's basically saying that by him getting the acquisition of this ancient power core, or this rare power core, that's probably going to be like hundreds of years old. If you are unable to procure the new power core, and he's already obtained this very rare power core for you, you will more or less be forced into indentured servitude for a period of years.
She looks it over and she says, I'm not sure about this time here. And she notes on the line, I do not work for free. Indentured no, that would not work. Perhaps we come to a new accord.
Yeah, I don't know what a... No offense, you Quarians tend to not have a lot of your own personal possessions, and this is the only way I can perhaps make some of my money back. This isn't going to be a cheap exchange.
You will get power core, and if you do not get power core, then you will have very, very expensive core that you can sell. But if I get power core and you do not get power core, then I will have a normal power core that I will have no use for. So you see, this agreement, it still benefits you more than I, and that should be your reassurance.
Fortunately, unless you can give me 20,000 credits as a down payment, I have a feeling you can't. He's judging you, obviously, on your appearance.
I can provide 10,000 credits.
That will
as a
not
down
be
payment.
enough. You have no idea. The procurement cost
And
alone
thou-
is going to cost me quite a bit.
You do not want my 10,000 credits?
It's going to cost me at least 20 to procure
Okay,
the
it's
item.
20 to procure the item. You can take my 10,000 credits as goodwill. And we agree that if you get powder core and I do not get powder core, you keep credits, you keep power core, you sell power core.
I'd still lose 10,000 credits.
I lose 10,000 credits.
I know, but I need the 20 to cover the full cost of the procurement. That's business. It's
That's business. It's
the guy who's getting the stuff from me has to get
I'm
paid.
getting the stuff from you has to get paid. Me understand business. Your antique power core will be worth more than 20,000 credits. You will be able to resell if I do not provide new power core for you.
Tell you what, I'll reduce the terms of the indentured servitude by a few years. Take the 10,000 credits, and I will get the power core for you.
I'm not sure about I feel uneasy about it.
I mean, you could always walk away. I'm the only one in here that's going to be able to
I'm the only
procure
one
this
here
peace
that's
for
gonna
you.
be able to procure this peace for you. Perhaps I will return when I have power core. And then we shall reach this agreement on different terms.
Yeah, if you were able to give me the power core up front, that would be a sizable trust. You have to understand, I have a family to feed.
That's what you said. I have a family to feed.
And whatnot.
Yes, I see you have large family.
I do.
And she would look to that I guess the ones that are beside him, like they're his family.
Taurians are very, this sounds so bad, but they are very hard to tell the difference between unless you're a Taurian. Like they all look the same, almost, to a degree. Some have different scars and stuff. Some are smaller, some are taller, but
yeah. So when she is talking, she's looking to the Taurians at his side like they are his family and saying, "You have large family. I see."
oh, they're not my family.
Oh, I'm sorry for your loss. And then she would just kind of scoot about.
Well, you get that power core. I will see you when you do, and I will rearrange the contract. All contracts are submitted to the council for review and permanence. So if you get me the power core, I'll revise the contract so I can submit that to the council and get you your power core in return.
That is agreed. And then she walks.
And where would you be heading after that? Since you only know your friends went to the tower.
Yeah, she talked to this guy. She got some good information. She's again just kind of looking around to see if anything else catches her eye before she would go back up to the upper markets.
Yeah, when you go to the upper markets, there's this human with blonde hair kind of standing at the top of the stairwells, and he looks over to you and goes, "Oh wow, a Quarian! I can't believe I'm meeting a Quarian for the first time. Hi, can I have your name?"
Ed, Taylor the Emperor.
Oh wow, that is awesome. My name's Conrad. I've never met a Quarian before. Do you mind if I take your picture?
You guess you can have a picture.
Awesome. And he looks at someone and he's like, hey, you, come here. He gives him like a little data pad. Can you take a picture of us? And he puts his arm around you. He's like, say cheese.
And she puts up like a thumbs up because that's what she remembers from Ashley giving a thumbs up that one time. So she's giving him a thumbs up in the picture saying, as cheese.
The person taking the picture has his face that looks perplexed, and then when he takes the picture and gets to Conrad looks down and is like, oh man, my wife's gonna be so happy to see this. This is wonderful. Thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome. Yes. I hope you see your wife soon.
Oh, wait. Could you hold this? And he gives you like this component looking thing. It looks like it's part of a vehicle. It's like, do you mind holding that for a second?
She can take it reluctantly.
Do you mind if I take a picture with you with it?
No. She's like, no, I don't know what to see.
Oh, come on. It'd be great. It'd be a memory that I will never forget.
Hi.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Taylor is so, he's so uncomfortable right now. How heavy is this item?
It actually looks like it's brand new. There's a little oil on there, so it's probably recently taken from something. And Conrad already has his data pad lining up, and he's like, "So, come on, say cheese."
And I feel like it'd be bad for Taylor.
What?
Taylor is like uncomfortably holding this thing, like kind of like she looks like she wants to put it down, but she isn't putting it down. She's still holding it.
All right, come on, say cheese.
No cheese.
Okay. And he takes the picture again. He's like, "Oh, that's gonna be so great." He offers his hand to take the component from you.
Yes, here, please take this. It looks like you just took it out of something. What is this for?
He pockets it and he's like, "Oh, I can't wait to show Commander Phoenix this. I heard he's on the station somewhere, and now that I caught a Quarian stealing something, he's gonna reward me."
Clothes. Sarah is like, she's like quickly like freaking out, but she's not like moving. I did not steal that. I said cheese and we did thumbs up, and she does her thumb again, and then you gave me parts. I am confused.
Look! And he shows you the picture. You stole it! This is great! Commander Phoenix is gonna reward me. He might even put me on that new fancy ship of his. Oh, I can imagine it now. Me flying through space on the Normandy with the commander and that lieutenant commander from the N7 program. Oh man, I'm gonna be a hero. My wife's gonna be so proud. Thanks for your pit day! And he starts walking off.
And she's gonna say, I am on that ship. I am engineer.
Oh, well, great! Even better! I just caught... Oh my god, the commander's gonna reward me even more! Awesome. Thank you so much.
So what? And she's going to follow him.
He's walking towards a taxi. So he's going actually downstairs back to the lower market.
She is not going to stop him and stop until she gets to him. She is going to keep following him until he reaches his destination.
Okay, he's climbing into the taxi.
She's climbing into taxi or into taxi behind him.
Okay, and he is inputted the CSEC Academy. He is heading towards CSEC. He's like, "Oh wow, you're coming with me? This would be great. I could even turn you in." Oh
No, you not turn me in. I tell the truth. I know Commander Phoenix. He will trust me. You are not no good.
all right. Well, you've been great. I really appreciate you, and the fact you're coming with me just says so much about your character. This will be great. I can't wait.
Your character is not very good.
Hey, now. My wife would say otherwise.
And your wife be very disappointed in you. Do you have children?
He's just humming now. He's like, I can't wait to meet the N7 heroes. It's great.
What the N7 hero?
You don't know about the epic tale of Lieutenant Commander Shockwave and, Commander Phoenix? Oh, man, they're heroes in the Alliance. They're going to reward me so much for this. I can't believe it. You stole from a normal citizen.
She's going to, they're in a taxi right now, aren't they?
You're in a taxi, yeah. I don't know if you want to be in the back seat or on the front seat with him.
She's in the front seat right next to him.
Okay.
You'd not need to tell Vice.
That's not a lie. Look. Shows you a picture. I just uploaded this to my the server. You can have it if you want. He gives you the data pad.
Why he gives you the pad? Can
Okay. This is gonna be me doing a Hail Mary.
Oh Lord.
Is there something Taylor can do in her little hacking abilities to be able to delete that not only from the device but from his little cloud?
No, you met Conrad. I'm so sorry. You can do... Yeah, you can do an electronics roll.
Okay. What we will do.
Oh, did you do the roll?
Yes, it was a 14.
Oh, is that the same as your electronics roll?
Oh, I did engineering, didn't I? I don't know.
That's okay.
Sorry.
Absolutely, you can.
Much better. Much better. That's a natural 20.
I'll tell you this. If you want, you can make it even look like you didn't even erase it. You can make it look like you turned off the data pad and you did erase everything, but he's not going to be the wiser of it because you rolled a critical.
Okay. So, can she, I guess since she got a critical, could she be like, take the part and just say, fine, if I'm to steal it, I'll take the part and I'll go.
Sure, that sounds even better. I think the commander will definitely agree with me then.
Okay, so she'd take the part, pocket it, and then she would get out of the taxi and go back to where the embassy area was, where well, actually, I think what she would do is she would take that part and she'll head back toward actually the Normandy. She's going to head back toward the ship.
Okay. Yeah, because when you get to C-Sect, you'll actually be right at the elevator that will take you to the docks. So.
Okay. So that's up by the C-Sec HQ?
Yeah.
The C-Sec Academy.
Yeah, so the Academy, HQ is a little different. It'll be the Academy, but once you're in the Academy, you actually will just take the elevator right to the Normandy.
Okay. She's going to go to the Normandy just to make sure she deposits this there.
Okay. Once you get off, Conrad would walk out, and he's proudly making his way to the elevator to get to the Prothean, where he's most likely going to start heading to the Earth Embassy too.
All right, well, that's where she'll separate. She's actually back around the Normandy where she's depositing this while this guy goes off toward the others.
Okay, perfect. Right, and now Commander Phoenix, Lieutenant Commander Aiden, Kayasi, and Yalira, you guys are now finally in front of the Earth Embassy again. What would you all like to do?
Phoenix will probably be going to meet with Harkin will be his plan, having no real experience or dealings officially with the Shadow Broker. He's not gonna take that task on.
I'll take the Shadow Broker, it'll be fine.
So who's going with you, Phoenix, and who's going with Aiden?
Oh, I'm going to Harkin then. Yeah.
Okay. So Kayasi and Yulara will go to the Shadow Broker? Agent?
Yes.
I guess so.
Okay. Probably good. Awesome. Yeah, as you guys are kind of like probably just went over that quickly, I guess, in front of the Earth Embassy. There's this guy with short blonde hair that's making his approach now to you all, and he goes, Commander and Lieutenant Commander, I can't believe my luck. I actually getting to meet the famous N7 commanders. This is great. My name is Conrad. I have some great news for you guys.
He gets about 10 feet away. Halt.
Yeah?
Doesn't stop. He's going to regret it.
He's halt, but he's like ear to ear smiling because he's like meeting his heroes.
State your business.
Oh, I'm here to report a crime and also get your autographs. I'm a huge fan of both of you. Do you mind if I get your autograph?
Commander.
I don't do autographs.
Neither do I.
Oh, can I get a picture at least?
No. What crime?
There's this Quarian that stole power converter from one of the speeders, the little taxi machines things that, you know, we ride around here on these parts. I have a picture, I have evidence of it.
State your case.
He takes a data pad and he's like trying to look through. He's like, oh my god, where is it? Where is it? I had it somewhere here. It's here. Oh man. Commanders, I promise. There's proof that the Quarian on your ship stole something.
Proof, but you have no proof?
No, I don't know where it went. I took a picture and everything.
Good day, citizen. And he'll step past.
You know what? Sorry, what's your name?
My name is Conrad.
Alright, Conrad, you know what you could do to help us out with this? If you bring this over to the human embassy and request to speak with Ambassador Udina, he'd be more than willing to listen to this situation. He could probably help you out with that.
Oh man, I'm getting orders from the commander himself. You got it, sir. I'll not only make you proud, but I'll make the Alliance proud by catching this criminal. Thank you so much. And he starts walking towards the embassy.
Make sure. Wait, Conrad. Just make sure that you tell him this is strictly your evidence. That way you get all the credit for it. It'll really help your career.
Oh, that's good thinking, Commander. That's great. Before you go, though, can I at least take a picture of you guys? It's so awesome.
You know,
my wife won't
take
believe
pictures. We're currently on duty, so can't do pictures.
that. Oh, come on. My wife won't believe that I met you guys.
Regulations. You know how it is, Conrad.
No. But if you say so, Commander. Sounds kind of defeated and deflated. He's like, she's not going to believe this.
LT, go take a picture with the kid.
Negative, sir. This face does not enter media.
You can put your helmet
Neither
on.
does yours. Move on. Let that whack job move wherever the hell he's going.
Heard that comment, Phoenix. Like, really? You're going to let me take a picture with me?
Yeah, He's the lieutenant commander over here is taking a public relations class, but he has to keep his identity hidden. So he'll put on a visored helmet if you're willing to take that.
Nope. I'm already going to tell you now that he'll pull you to the side and be like, "This isn't happening. This is against our regulations. We gotta move. This is dumb."
He's just looking at you like a puppy dog right now, Phoenix, waiting for a response from either you or the Lieutenant Commander.
When you go and see the Ambassador Udina, make sure you request a press license, and that'll allow you to get any photos with any members of the Alliance that you require going forward.
Well, that sounds like a lot of work, Commander. But maybe you're onto something. Maybe I'll actually request a photo op with both of you in the future. This sounds great. This is a good idea. And he starts walking off.
I won't regret that decision.
And he does. He enters Earth's embassy with no hesitation or pause.
Alright, off we go.
So, well, I guess we'll go with Kayasi and Yalira first, I guess. We'll have them go towards the bank since they're in the Presidium, and you guys have to travel to the wards. So,
Sora's Den, right?
Yeah.
Markets.
Yeah, you have to go to.
They're gonna be on the scene for about 20 to 25 minutes.
Yeah, it'll take you a moment. For them, they just have to walk to the bank terminal, so that's not bad. The terminal.
Where are we going?
You're going to the bank. It's near the Emporium. You see it?
No. Just a minute.
Still in the Presidium.
There you go.
Oh, I see. Okay, I was looking in the wrong place.
Yep, it's right there. So you guys walk through this really beautiful. The Presidium's probably the most beautiful area on the Citadel, besides the tower. The tower is really nice too, but this has like water features. It's got fountains that are spurting water high into the air. It's got statues of you saw a statue of a Krogan. You saw a monument to the mass relays. And you do see like these little pink, purplish, like holographic images stationed at key points. More or less, you probably assume they're more like information terminals about the area that they've been assigned to. You even had to walk past the consortium chambers, the consort's chambers, sorry. You don't know much about her, but you've heard that she does remarkable work for and various types of work for her clientele. She is seen very highly and in general popular opinion. And when you make it to the Emporium, you had to pass the Emporium. You saw like vendors. You even saw a Hanar, which if you're not very accustomed to other races, the Hanar look like floating jellyfish. And you even heard one talk. It goes, "It is my duty to serve you. Would you like to see its wares?" And you just saw it, like its little bulbous like head kind of illuminate as it spoke. It doesn't have a mouth, so it's like talking in like a weird emulated echo around itself. It's very strange. Probably piqued your interest a little, Yalara, since its physiology is like completely different from things that you have ever seen. But you do get to the bank.
As we're passing the Emporium and when Yalira sees the Hanar, she drifts in that direction, not heading directly for it, but almost like unconsciously going towards it. And Kayasi might need to pull her back.
Oh, and the Hanar will notice you approaching, and it's going to start approaching you too. Not because it's interested, but because it wants to. to piddle its wares.
Cassie's just gonna watch. She's not in an ultra hurry to get to the bank yet. She also finds the Henar intriguing to look at.
This one is happy to meet you. It is its job to offer you wares. Would you like to see its wares?
Thank you, no. Tell me more about yourself. Tell me how you are speaking to me.
It is complicated. This one speaks as you speak. It finds it hard to explain. It would be more than happy to share this one's experience of its people.
Yes, do share.
Have you heard of the Enkindler?
Proceed.
The Enkindler are the reason it and many of my kind, its kind, can speak. It was given ability to speak by the Enkindler.
Intentionally?
It understands that the Enkindler are gods to its people. It is assumed that the Enkindler granted many species the ability to communicate. The Enkindler are very important to its people's importance.
Where are these Enkindler?
It does not know. The Enkindler are thought to be gone. They existed long before they did.
I see. Are there many of you here?
There is others, yes. It last saw another of its kind near the consort, down the bridge towards Sisek. It is preaching the Enkindler's teachings.
Why are you selling your wares? Why not preach?
It must make money to survive. Don't you need money to survive?
All need money here.
It is pleased to sell you wares if you choose to purchase. It would be very happy.
Understood. Another time. Pressing matters.
It wishes you good luck.
Thank you.
And it floats away.
Do you have a name? Wait, do you have a name?
It goes by the name of... I didn't plan on that. Let's see what we got here. Its name is Phidon.
Pleasure to meet you.
For you, it's strange he's calling himself Phidon because it's actually a Solarian name. That instantly hits you.
Where does this name come from?
It was given its name by one of your kind.
Which one?
Faidan.
I see. Pleasure to make your acquaintance.
It inquires about your name.
Yalira.
It is pleased to meet you, Yalira.
Yalira just nods and kind of stares at the jellyfish.
It has no eyes, so you don't know if it's staring at you either.
Does not bother Yalira at all.
Yeah, I'm sure that's it. And it just hovers there in place. It's quiet now, though. It's like, if you wish to purchase its wares, it shall be here. And it goes back to floating to where it was.
Yalira turns and starts heading towards the bank again.
Okay.
Cassie will walk with her arms folded, just shaking her head and kind of chuckling.
When you get to the banking terminal, it does open. The door opens. You see a very almost rounded looking individual in a full body suit, not like Taylor's, but very similar because he has like this little kind of breathing sound coming from him. He's got like these little goggle looking eyes. You can't even see any of his physical features, and he's just a very short, stubby looking thing. He's about maybe 3.5, maybe 4 feet in height, but he's actually almost equally as wide. It's very strange. And he just sits there working at his little computer with his 3 little fingers. He's not paying you any mind yet.
Yalira is going to approach, but wait for Kayasi to talk.
Oh, and here Kayasi was going to let you take the lead. She'll approach the strange, rotund little beast person and sort of sidle up to his desk and wait for a moment and then tap his desk with her long fingernail, tapping it a couple times to get his attention.
Looks up from his work and goes, yes, how can I help you?
Sorry, you do that so well. And she speaks almost in a hushed tone, but she says, "We seek the Shadow Broker."
Well, I am an agent of the Shadow Broker. My name is Barlar Vaughn. May I have your name, please?
Well, that can wait for a moment. She looks
Oh, no.
over it.
It's very important. Information is key here.
You can call me Kay.
That's not your full name, ma'am.
She looks at Yalira like, help?
Yalira just kind of looks at Kayasi. She's a little confused, but might not be obvious on her face. Looks back at Barlavan. Yalira.
Oh, yes. Captain Anderson told me that I'd be expecting guests from the Normandy. You must be Kayasi then, yes? Kayasi and Yalira. Where's your human counterparts?
They're on other business.
Oh, well, shame. It's always good to meet future clientele. So, you wanted information about Saren, is that correct?
Yes, please.
What would you like to know? I have a lot of information, and typically I would charge you for it, but Saren did something unexpected, I would say.
We'd like information on what he unexpectedly did.
Well, you don't betray the Shadow Broker and get away with it, let's just say that. I don't have direct information about the dealings that you need with Saren. However, I can point you in the right direction. I know a Quarian that recently came in possession of some recordings. I heard that she was heading towards Fisk for a fist for some information.
You mean Fist Bar?
This bar?
I'm sorry, I'm not used to the layout here yet. Where can I find this Fist?
Well, he runs Cora's Den. Very interesting individual. He did recently betray the Shadow Broker. So I suppose two birds with one stone.
That sounds it. Okay, so down in Cora's Den, and what is the name of this person again? Fist?
Yes, he might know about your Quarian's location. She has apparently some interesting recordings that I suppose might come in handy in your investigation against Saren.
And Kiasi's taking a couple moments to make sure that she's got the details right in her data pad.
Is there anything else I can help you with? Time is money.
Do you have any questions, Yathira?
Yes. Do you know where Saren was the past 48 hours?
Unfortunately, I do not. Shadow Broker works through its agents, and every agent is needs to know basis on what they need to know. My job is to handle Fist in any ways that I seem fit, and betting with the Alliance seems like a very good bet.
Indeed. Do you know Saren's weakness?
Define weakness. We all have weaknesses.
Anything that would give us better control over the situation.
He's a Spectre. Spectres are chosen because they have very few weaknesses, and if they do have weaknesses, they're not very common knowledge.
But you work for the one that knows all the knowledge.
Yes, and he doesn't maintain his power by giving his knowledge freely. Even his agents, like I said, we work within proxy of the knowledge that we are afforded.
Indeed. Does Saren have any other enemies?
I mean, if you're a Spectre, you probably have quite a few enemies, wouldn't you think?
Notable ones? Council?
Oh, I'm sure there are many Spectres out there that have enemies that are of high-ranking members of most societies. Spectres act outside the law. Yes, but Spectres act outside the law, and most governments do not like that.
Indeed. However, we're talking of one Spectre and one council.
Council members choose their Spectres as a collective. I doubt they have any issues with their Spectres.
Understood.
Sorry, I could not be more help, but as I said, every agent is only given so much information. That is how the Shadow Broker stays in power.
Knowledge is power.
Indeed. And I hope you get that fist.
Shadow Broker would be very happy with that result. Oh, before you go, too, it is my understanding there is a Krogan at the CSEC offices that is also looking into this fist. You may be able to coerce him to help you.
Sorry, where was that? Where's the Krogan?
He is in the CSEC Academy offices. You can't miss him. The guy looks like a tank, a literal tank. CSEC is trying to, well, pacify him, but if you've ever met a Krogan, Krogans cannot be pacified.
Helpful, thank you.
You're welcome. An enemy of my enemy is my friend, after all. At least that's what the humans say.
Do they?
Humans have a lot of quips. You find them very interesting. I do.
Indeed.
Well, is there anything else I can help you with? Like I said, time is money, and money is knowledge.
Ylira shakes her head.
Cassie just looks at him and she says, "What was your name again?"
Oh, you know my name. Don't have me repeat it. I know yours, and I did not forget. Kayatsi.
Good job.
What's my name? He's definitely jesting with you now.
He just wrinkles her nose and winks.
Oh, you're not a very old Asari, are you? Your memory is not as sharp as those matriarchs.
No, I am very not a maiden, even.
Well, that's a shame. Knowledge is power. I would work on that. Anyways, good day, good luck, and good fortune to all of you. I have to get back to work.
Cassie will go out. She's like scratching her head, saying, "Why did she say that she wasn't a maiden? She meant she was a maiden."
Ylira follows her and then says quietly, "Barlavan."
What was that?
The name, Barlavan.
She jots that down in her data pad.
Is there anything you two would like to discuss before I transfer over to our two commanders?
Yeah, Cassie's gonna look. Which would you like to do first? Would you like to go see about the Krogan? Or do you want to just go to Cora's den and find Fist? And hopefully he'll tell us where the Quarian is.
Recommend approaching Krogan first. He is also looking for Fist. Could be helpful.
Cassie but nods her head. And sets off towards the transport to get to the academy.
Yep, CSEC is kind of in the middle, just northeast of your ship, actually.
Right.
And you're doing the same, I'm assuming, Ylira?
Yeah.
Okay. And now to the Cora's Den section. Lieutenant Commander and Commander Phoenix, you both get off the elevator and you start heading towards Cora's Den. And as you head to Cora's Den, you are going to immediately be shot at.
And that is actually where we're going to probably pause for the night, and we'll pick up with a combat scene the next time we meet up with just the two of you against two assailants who are shooting at you on your way to Korra's Den.
Motherfuckers.
Hey, man. Nice shot.
Yep. So, awesome. So we'll pick that up. You guys got information now about a Krogan, about Fist. Barlavan's interaction has been completed, and now you guys are trying to make your way to Harkin, but now suddenly, I guess basically more or less, two assassins are trying to take you out of the picture. And then we have Kaylee, who is currently on the Normandy, which we will also explore what she's doing on the Normandy without you guys present.
Just Quarian things.
Steal your powers. That's what she's doing.
It's just like
She needs
power
the power
supplies.
core. She needs power core. She bring power core back.
borrowing components, just typical Quarian thing.
Awesome. Well, I hope this session let you guys explore your characters a little bit more than the last sessions. And it looks like we got a couple groups going on now, so I think there'll be a lot more interactions now moving forward, because you're all taking different paths to different objectives at the moment. So awesome. Well, that's where we'll end
That
tonight.
looks like fun.
Yeah, thank you so much, everyone, and we'll connect next time.
Thanks.